Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. For those attending in person, the council chamber will be at limited capacity to allow for compliance with the social distancing recommendations of the state and county health departments. Masks will be required for all individuals in the council chamber. If maximum capacity is met in council chamber, additional attendees will be asked to participate in the meeting via the remote options listed below. To participate remotely, residents can listen to the meeting on the radio at 12:30 a.m. or live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via telephone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the City Council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City Council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting, also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link: www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order. Invite everyone in the room to stand and at home if you wish, and join in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Garcia.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And scheduled for our invocation/meditation tonight, we have Kim McGrew. Kim, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kim McGrew, and I'm with Atheists United San Luis Obispo. I'm here to provide tonight's invocation for this meeting. So just to help, I looked up the definition, and invocation is the action of invoking something or someone for assistance or as an authority. Rather than invoking a god or religious deity, I'm here to invoke our actual Constitution, and specifically Amendment 1, quote, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion," end quote. Religion has no place in our government. The founders sought to preserve the, quote, "wall of separation between church and state," a phrase used by Thomas Jefferson to describe a principle that was written into the Constitution and carved into history as a core achievement of the American Revolution. Paso Robles is now the only city in San Luis Obispo County to begin their meetings with religious invocations. The other cities have dispensed with prayer over the years as a means to allow everyone to feel welcome. No ceremony at all is most expeditious and avoids the risk of alienating people of different religions and the non-religious. The City Council can recognize that their authority derives from the general consent of the community and not from a divine mandate envisioned by a particular religion or members of that community. In the process of running the city, we hope that you will be guided by sound scientific evidence, by your education, your knowledge, and your experience, not a divine mandate. We request that you finally consider putting an end to the religious invocations that serve only to divide the minority of Christian citizens from the citizens of other religions and those of us who are non-religious. This simple action would send a message that all citizens are welcome in community governance, including all of the diverse people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. And for those listening in and those present, I would remind once again that our meditation/invocation is not restricted to those of the Christian faith. And in fact, we've had on multiple occasions people of different faiths who have offered invocations, and as tonight, people of no religious faith who have also expressed their thoughts during the meditation period. So I think that does demonstrate to our community that all are welcome and that all angles are considered, and that each one of us in their own conscience decides for themselves what their spiritual basis is. But we do welcome all input and all angles on that in our council chambers here. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Garcia?
Here.
Councilmember Gregory?
Here.
Councilmember Hammond?
Here.
Councilmember Strong?
Here.
Mayor Martin?
And I'm here. If we could please have staff introductions so people present, those listening in can know who from city staff is here. And if we have anyone from advisory committees or councils, we'd invite you also to identify yourself. Starting on my right, please.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director. With me tonight is Katie Bannister, our Assistant Planner, and Lori Wilson, also our Assistant Planner.
Melissa Boyer.
Christopher Lucko, Interim Public Works Director, joined by Ditas Esperanza.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined virtually by Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager, Dave McHugh, Information Technology Manager, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Stephen Lampy, Chief of Police.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief.
Ryan Cornell, Director of Administrative Services. Caleb Davis, Police Commander.
Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Very good. Thank you all, one and all. We have next on the agenda a report from closed session. The only thing being we did not have a closed session meeting this evening, so logically there is no report. We will move on to presentations. These are items that do not require council action. They're information only. Our first presentation is from Jonathan Stornetta, our Fire Chief, our COVID-19 community update.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief, and I'll just wait for the presentation to come up. Thank you, Warren. Next slide, please. So daily new cases continue to trend downward, but public health officials throughout the state remain optimistic. While our case rates continue to trend downward, we are in an unstable time when this trend could change very rapidly. In the past week, 101 new cases were added in the North County. 40 of those were in the Paso Robles region alone. Next slide, please. Average daily cases are the average number of new cases a day for the past 7 days. This 7-day rolling average is calculated to smooth out fluctuations in daily case count reporting. San Luis Obispo County has an average of 14 cases per 100,000. To put that in comparison, Monterey County to our north is at 5 per 100,000, and Santa Barbara County is at 15 per 100,000. Currently, there's no inclination that the SLO County Public Health Department will be lifting the mask mandates anytime soon. Next slide, please. An average of 39 cases per day were reported in San Luis Obispo County, a 42% decrease from the average 2 weeks ago. Since the beginning of the pandemic, at least 1 in 10 residents have been infected, a total of just over 29,000 reported cases. Right now, San Luis Obispo County remains at a very high risk for unvaccinated people. Next slide, please. As of today, 12 people are hospitalized and 3 are in the ICU. This is a 57% decrease since my last report to City Council. Next slide, please. 78.3% of all cases are San Luis Obispo County residents that are not fully vaccinated. This is an increase of 2% since my last report. 83.9% of hospitalizations are those who are not fully vaccinated. This is a decrease of 0.5%. And 78.6% of all deaths in SLO County are those who are not fully vaccinated. And this is an increase of 0.6%. Next slide, please. In San Luis Obispo County, 65% of the eligible population is fully vaccinated. This is an increase of 0.5% since my last report to council. 71.9% of the eligible population has received at least 1 dose of the vaccine, and 28.1% remain unvaccinated. Only 57.5% of the eligible population in the 93446 region are fully vaccinated. Next slide, please. The Pfizer vaccine boosters continue to be available in San Luis Obispo County for those over 65, those over 50 with high-risk medical conditions, and those residents in long-term care facilities. The Moderna booster has been approved, and the county is awaiting details on its rollout, and we'll update the City Council next meeting on what the Public Health Department decides on that. Next slide, please. Cases are trending down as of today's report, but we ask the community to not become complacent. Future models, as you see on the screen here, are predicting that daily case counts will increase as we head into November. The upward trend is mostly attributed to those gathering for the holidays and those staying indoors from the inclement weather. Next slide, please. So our current vaccine and testing locations here in Paso Robles, we have the Health Department on Walnut, CHC on Riverside, Albertsons on Niblick, Walmart on Niblick, and then the testing sites are the train station here on Pine Street and the Med Post on First Street here in Paso Robles. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. This, again, is a presentation item. No decision is required by the council, and since we are present tonight, I'm going to go ahead and abandon the sequential comments that we've done online to sort of provide a semblance of order as we don't see each other. I'm just looking around here to see if there are any council comments on this report. Okay, no council comments. I do have someone online waiting to make a comment, Sheila Healy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. So when Dr. Knox commented during the City Council COVID update on September 7th, he said that there were no positive test results of influenza cases in San Luis Obispo County last year. That's unbelievable. The CDC has decided to stop using the PCR test at the end of this coming December, but that's still 2.5 months away. My point is that the numbers of positive COVID tests obviously include the influenza viruses. People's lives and finances are being turned upside down, not only because of the illness, but because of the inaccuracy of the PCR test. The inventor of the PCR test, Gary Mullis, said the test was not to be used to diagnose. And he said that the test cannot determine whether a person is infectious. Sadly, he died in 2019, and his instructions now have been mostly disregarded. Since we now know that it takes 14 days after the second shot for someone to be considered fully vaccinated, the question I have is, during that 14 days, how are doctors able to decipher the difference between a bad reaction to the second shot versus COVID or flu virus symptoms? Another question is, where is the data to support that people should get a COVID shot after having the virus? I'm disappointed in the continuously hearing the only solution to this virus is the shot, especially when people have already had the virus. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I see no one else waiting online. We do have a citizen waiting to speak in chamber. Mr. Guston, welcome.
Thank you. Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. And I signed up to get the vaccine at one point, and then I examined the formula and decided against it. But I also have another reason. I think in January of 2020, I had it because I was pretty sick. But they weren't announcing anything about COVID back then. And since then, I've been at numerous gatherings where some people may have had the COVID or so forth, and I have not ever got any symptoms. So I think I have developed an immunity along with my natural immunities. And so I'm against getting vaccinated, but I do not discourage anybody else that wants to get vaccinated. If they think that it's going to help them, they should. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else in the chambers who would like to speak? Seeing no one come forward and seeing no one online, I'm going to close the public comment on this particular item. The only questions that I heard asked were those of reference for medical treatment. I don't think anyone here is qualified to make that answer. And obviously questions regarding proof and data are things that people are reviewing on an individual basis on day to day and making their own personal decisions on their vaccinations. And as we've seen from the information presented via the fire chief from the Public Health Department in San Luis Obispo County, roughly 58% of the people in 93446 area code have elected to be fully vaccinated. So we do appreciate the comments and the ongoing dialogue regarding the virus and the vaccination situation. Moving along now, we have our capital projects report, Ditas Esperanza and Frida Berman.
I know.
Oh, okay. Right now we're working to get a presentation up, so we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month. My understanding is we don't have anyone here to accept the proclamation tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. We'll make sure the appropriate people receive that afterwards. So this is a proclamation for National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual national campaign which started in 1985 to increase awareness of the disease. While most people are aware of breast cancer, many forget to take steps to have a plan to detect the disease in its early stages and encourage others to do the same. Whereas breast cancer is the most common cancer and second leading cause of cancer death after lung cancer in women in the United States, the chance of a woman having invasive breast cancer sometime during her lifetime is about 1 in 8. Whereas the American Cancer Society uses this opportunity to honor their commitment to raise awareness of breast cancer by hosting interactive and educational activities and reminding women 45 and older to receive yearly mammograms, the single most effective screening tool to find breast cancer early. Since 1990, early detection and effective treatment have resulted in a 34% decline in breast cancer mortality in the United States. Whereas the American Cancer Society sponsors the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, a powerful and inspiring opportunity to unite as a community to remember those lost to breast cancer, honor breast cancer survivors, raise awareness about steps we can take to reduce the risk of getting breast cancer, and raise money to fund groundbreaking breast cancer research, along with information and 24/7 support. Whereas leading up to Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the American Cancer Society encourages all municipalities in all counties to engage in friendly civic challenges with neighbors to bring about awareness with their local communities through various activities. Whereas the American Cancer Society and our nonprofit, nonpartisan affiliate, the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, health equity means everyone has a fair and just opportunity to prevent, find, treat, and survive cancer. Whereas cancer is a disease that affects everyone, but does not affect everyone equally due to economic, social, or environmental disadvantages. And whereas the month of October encourages everyone to make healthy lifestyle choices, such as eating a healthy diet, getting regular physical activity, and reducing the consumption of alcohol. These choices can help reduce breast cancer risk. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby join with the American Cancer Society and the nation to declare October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and encourage all residents to engage in this worthy cause. Are we ready? Okay, let's return now to our agenda. Item number 2, our capital projects report.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Frida Berman, Maintenance Superintendent. This will be a joint presentation between Community Services and Public Works. Starting with Community Services, I'd like to first review the complete project. I know you're aware of the Centennial Tennis Court repair and resurfacing and approved that project. Once we removed the surfacing, we discovered much more extensive damage than we had anticipated. Rebar at the surface, concrete disintegrating, all that was repaired, as you can see in the slide, and a base coat was applied, and then the paint. Everything was complete for the tournament that was scheduled for later in the month, late September, early October. Very successful project. Excuse me. Projects in progress. I know Ditas will be speaking later about the work going on the site now at the Union Road Safety Training Center. In terms of the building at the Fire Station 3 building, those plans are in final plan check. We should be out to bid in November with bids opening in December. Right now, it's projected to be a year-long construction process. The Barney Schwartz Park softball scoreboards have been ordered. These were scoreboards that were vetted and endorsed by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and actually funded by Rec Foundation. They're LED scoreboards with a 10-year warranty, and we're very excited to get those in about a month and install them on the existing supports that are out there right now. The Uptown Family Park water feature replacement, a state grant-funded project that you approved conceptually at your last meeting. We should see 50% construction drawings by the end of the month and installation starting at the beginning of the year. And finally, in progress are two needed deferred maintenance projects, one at the Senior Center and Veterans Center. The roof fascia had been very much damaged by woodpeckers, and starting yesterday, we are installing metal cladding over that roof fascia, and that should address those issues. At Uptown Family Park, vandalism on the clay tiles have made it necessary to replace that roof, and we've secured a contractor to replace the clay tiles with similar looking concrete tiles, and that project is in the material sourcing phase. Finally, in design, we have the Barney Schwartz Park pump track. This is a project that you also approved conceptually, and it is still in design process, evaluating concepts, evaluating budget, all funded by Rec Foundation. There was a community survey that was conducted. There'll be many more opportunities for public input, and that project does not have a construction date at this point, but it is moving forward. And finally, the pickleball court complex construction, part of the Sherwood Park area master plan. At your last meeting, you approved the design contract, and that was on October 5th. And just last week, the survey happened. We anticipate a 5 to 6 month design period, which will include 3 opportunities for public input on the project. And with that, I will turn it over to Ditas and answer any questions you may have at the end.
Thank you. So I'll start with the Public Works project that are currently under construction. Dry Creek Road Phase 2 is the road resurfacing of Dry Creek, starting at Estrella Warbirds to Jardine. So this second phase, the first phase was from Airport to the Warbirds. This second phase starts in front of the Warbirds, and you can see that on the left. On the right side, you can see the fully completed pavement, and I just want to point out to you, oops, sorry, is this the cursor? Okay, well, yeah, so on the right side, the road used to come into this dirt area, and it did this S-curve. So we eliminated that S-curve and now straightened it just a bit. So it's a little bit better for driving, and then straight through. And if you remember, we also, on the right, shows the portion of the pavement that is within San Luis Obispo County. And so we did that on their behalf, and they will be reimbursing the city. And their design did not include flush curb, concrete. They just wanted a smooth surface. This is just an overview of what I meant when we straightened out the S-curve. The S-curve used to be right here. The red line is the existing right-of-way. I don't know why they did this back then, but it turned this way and then it went this way, and so there was that S-curve. So what we did is we straightened it out a bit and took it further into the airport area and made it smoother, and then straight this way to make it the horizontal curve a little smoother. The other project that is currently under construction is our West Side Street. You awarded this project a while back. This is the list of streets, and the notice to proceed has been issued. These are the locations of the streets. And I just want to remind everybody, when we do a resurfacing, the water and the sewer crew lets us know if there's any services or manholes or mains that needs to be upgraded prior to us paving. So we include that in the contract. So before we even start paving, those are the first things we need to do. So in this case, we're replacing some of the water services in those streets before we can do final paving. So that's going on right now. If you drive over there, you will see these types of construction at those streets. The other big project that we have is this list of streets on the east side. This is the location that shows where they are. And again, before we finish, I mean, I know we usually want to see the final paving of a street. Unfortunately, that's the last phase of a project. The first thing that needs to happen is, like I said, upgrade any utilities. And then in this instance, we had almost 30 curb ramps that needed to be upgraded. And then what we did is, so we had curb ramps, and then there were some localized spots in all those cities that had base failure. So before we start, when we do preliminary design, we do testing and we find where these base failures are, we identify it. And so then we go in there and actually dig out these base failure localized spots and then recompact it and dig it out. So there's quite a lot of those. And then the next thing, so they're almost done. And so then now we're gonna need to go back and fill in the cracks in the road. And then we do slurry seal. And then finally, we can do paving for those streets. And I want to remind everybody that contract is almost $3 million. So for $3 million, you can just envision how much work goes into $3 million, and it's just not just paving the surface. So I just wanted to thank people for their patience, that they have to go through all these before they finally get to enjoy the smooth surface that everyone longs for. And then, as Frida mentioned, Fire Station 3 is going on. And so the storm drain lines are currently being installed. We have detention basins that are being constructed. They're in progress. We have sewer main lines that are in progress. And then the old paving on Ardmore Road has been removed, and now we're grading it for the final road surface. We did realign Ardmore a little bit so that it enters Union Road at a 90-degree intersection, because the way it was before, it was not 90 degrees. So that's part of this work. And here's just some pictures of the grading. And then we're also putting a water main in Ardmore, so this is just the trench. Oops, let me go back. So just as a reminder, the Fire Station 3 construction is in 3 phases. Phase 1 is going on right now, which is the grading, the detention basin, and the utilities. Phase 2 is what Frida alluded to, which is to construct the bay for the fire truck and also the smaller building to house and the future emergency service workers, so that we can take advantage of the grant that we have to have them service the city. And then the phase 3 is the actual final big building. So then those people, the sleeping quarters will then be moved to real sleeping quarters in the big building, and the area where there will be now will become a conference room, training center, classrooms, things like that. The other project that the City Council approved some time back is at Tower Road from Airport to Jardine. This was an attempt to do some pilot paving. We wanted to test and see some maintenance treatments that could be utilized, and then we would evaluate it and monitor it and see how it would be effective to be used. This type of treatment is basically just that's just surface sealing. So one treatment is it's called a fiberized slurry seal. So one half of Tower Road will be fiberized slurry seal, and then the other half will be a rubberized chip seal. And then we will monitor how those two treatments function, and then if they function well, we think that we could utilize this to some of our west side streets. And this type of treatment will not trigger curb ramp that would make us be able to use our dollars, stretch it further to actually use on the surface of the streets rather than fixing curb ramps. So that project was approved by the council sometime back, and we're actually going to start tomorrow. That's why I can't have pictures tonight, but on the next presentation, I'll be able to have some pictures for you. The other project that's coming up for construction, I get a lot of questions. When is the roundabout going on at Union and Golden Hill? The city council promised it. They're not doing anything. Well, unfortunately, again, we need to start with utilities first before we start with the road. So we identified several gas lines that are in conflict with the city's project. So we have to work with them to get them to relocate it. So if you go out there, that's what's going on right now. And the cable TV lines were relocated sometime back. So that's happening right now. And then next month or in December, we hope to go out to bid, and then we'll have a start of project in January. So contrary to what everybody says, the Union Golden Hill roundabout is in fact under construction, albeit it's not quite the roundabout that's being in construction, but certainly preliminary work towards the roundabout is going on. And this is just a repeat of previous slides in case people still are wondering, why are we doing a roundabout instead of a signal? And I think that's it. If you have any questions for me and Frida, we would be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you very much for that report. Council questions, Mr. Strauch.
Yes, Ditas, as you give the report on that last one, the roundabout, Ardmore is going to be the alternative route to get around that area of construction when we start on the roundabout?
Yes.
And I think that's also under construction. Can you give us any update on what's happening on Ardmore?
Well, actually, yeah, it's right here.
Okay.
So it is under construction. So it's part of the fire. If you recall, it's right next to the fire station number 3.
So are we still just grading that at the moment?
Yeah, it's grading right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just creating the subgrade.
Do we have a time estimate on that getting completed?
All this, the grading for the fire station and detention basins, it should be completed by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, Ditas, I saw the water line actually in Ardmore coming down toward Union today, so it looks like it's getting ready to get buried in there. My questions are a couple regarding the Dry Creek Road that just got paved.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what the width of that? I mean, is it consistent all the way from airport, the same width, all the way over to Jardine?
Yes.
And
well, it's consistent all the way to the city limits. From the city limits to Jardine, that's the county. And so it looks different because they don't have the flush curve.
Right. Well, the reason I'm asking is because we're talking about maybe some truck traffic that might happen in the future. And I'm kind of curious. I know we did a special base on this where we mixed that concrete and compacted it. And so I'm wondering what the rating is. Is it the same design as what our city street would be for truck traffic, I guess?
Yes, it's a traffic index. I think you might be referring to traffic index. So this was designed as a traffic index of 8. Residential streets are traffic index 6, and collector streets are traffic index 7. This is considered an arterial.
Right.
It's 8. So many years ago, our standard for these types of streets was only a 6. And then when we initiated our pavement condition index analyses, it was concluded that that was just not a good idea. So we bumped everything. So now arterials are 8. And just to remind you, freeways, Caltrans uses 14 for the freeway. So 8 is pretty comparable to something hefty.
Okay. And then tomorrow, you said you're going to start Tower. Are you going to be out there? I'd like to meet with you if you're out there looking around on this new design of this new material. I'd like to meet with you. And
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so give me a call at the office. I can run over there real quick. And
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no one in line, rather online, waiting to speak. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on this report? Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment on that issue. Thank you very much for the information. We're now at item number 4, our Travel Paso annual report. Stacy Jacobs.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of council. We're here to give you our annual report for fiscal year 2020 through June 2021. We're going to run through a couple highlights overall for the year. First of all, a year ago right now, or actually a year ago, July, we were working together with our partners at the Chamber of Commerce and the Paso Wine Alliance, Main Street, and the Hispanic Business Association to execute our Dining in the Park. This was part of our kind of rebound campaign to get downtown back to doing what it does, which is welcoming people with no events going on. We turned the DG area of the park into an outdoor safe dining area, which did achieve quite a bit of press throughout the state and also nationally for some of the creative solutions that we were able to find to promote tourism during the past year. One of the other things we worked really hard on is putting together a new website. So one of the things when the pandemic hit and everyone went into shelter in place, we kept hearing, get your tools ready, invest in your, we talk about investing in infrastructure. For a marketing organization, your infrastructure is your website. So this was something that had been on the books. So we worked really hard. It launched actually last September 10th to be exact, right in line with our first reopening campaign, which was about road trips. This gives you some stats overall in terms of traffic coming to the website. You can see total traffic has been up over the past year. We kind of looked at a 1-year milestone of the website being up, 128% increase in traffic, organic traffic being up, also traffic from our mix of both social media, email campaigns going to the website. So you can see here kind of the overall approach is working. So a year ago right now, it was our website launch as well as our first campaign, which was about road trips, which was really all designed to help ensure that the tourism ecosystem continued to prevail during the past year. This is just another way to look at it. When you look at traffic overall, month over month, year over year, our new website has done nothing but provide us great rapport. Of course, a lot of people turned to screens during this time, right? So we saw a lot more engagement on the online owned media channels that we have, just really, again, speaking to the importance of why we need a really great tourism destination marketing website. Another way to look at it here, I wanted to point out here specifically our keywords. When people are coming to Paso Robles, what are they searching? What are they finding? They're first and foremost, once they've made the decision to come to Paso Robles, they're searching for things like things to do in Paso, activities in Paso. These are exact type of search words, visit Paso Robles. These are the ways that people are finding out about and then figuring out where they want to go in terms of putting their itineraries together in the particular destination. Our top pages, we had campaigns specifically dedicated to family-friendly travel, Gone Country, which was our girlfriend's getaway approach, road trips, of course. So it just kind of gives you a sense of the types of pages people are looking at when they come to travelpaso.com. Then when we went back into shelter in place this past year, our kind of next campaign was really focused on an idea of nostalgic postcards. We put together a package of postcards really depicting the key pillars of Paso Robles to welcome people back. We encourage people to sign up for these. We started mailing these out the end of January, beginning of February. And this campaign was meant to keep the inspiration alive. When we first went into shelter in place in 2020, a lot of that went online. We said people are probably getting a little Zoom fatigue, a little fatigue online. How do we now reach them in yet another thoughtful way? So that's where the postcard campaign really came into the mix. One of the other things we did is connecting with people. This was a big part of our strategy. There was so much great press that came out in early 2020. If you recall, we were the top 52 places to visit by the New York Times. Travel and Leisure had named us one of the top 30 places to be in 2020. We wanted to keep that inspiration alive, so we actually took it back to Zoom and we connected with over 50 influencers and travel writers through a couple of different webinars, what we called Paso in a Box. We literally did these customized boxes, took very thoughtful gifts and items that are made here from everything from pasta to wine to beer. And you'll even notice in there a nostalgic viewfinder. So we really tried to hit on all the senses between the taste, the sight, the smell, as well as the visual. And these webinars actually brought in our tourism partners to really tell the story of Paso Robles. When the state reopened on June 15th, we were primed and ready. We did the largest billboard. We took out 90 different placements throughout Southern California. I think, if we didn't know it already, we are Southern California's playground. And so we said, let's really embrace that. And so we gained, during kind of our Re-Comeback campaign, was not only the Girlfriends Getaway campaign, but also these billboards across Los Angeles. Again, one of these things, it's pretty cool when you heard friends and neighbors saying, oh, I saw this, or sending you pictures of these billboards that they saw down in Southern California. I wanted to point out that these billboards were not necessarily along the freeways. They were actually along roads that people would travel to. So Sunset Boulevard, different places where people were traveling to and from work, so that we could really make sure that we hit the residents there in Southern California. One of the other things we put together is a whole display of logo wear. So, and again, partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, where you can buy these items. We have luggage tags, tote bags, hats, t-shirts, all now with inspiration and great Paso Robles branding available at the Chamber of Commerce, the visitor center that you guys help fund. A couple of more items on metrics overall. This generally looks at the TOT over the fiscal year 2020-2021. We broke it out by hotel, motel, RV parks, and short-term vacation rentals, and compared it to the fiscal year 2019. The purpose of this is really to demonstrate, obviously we had lots and lots of peaks and valleys, but really to demonstrate why the unique lodging mix is so important. I think it's never been more important than we saw this past year. When people went into shelter in place, they felt more comfortable coming back to RV parks and short-term rentals even before they rebounded back into hotels. And we saw that as our TOT numbers continued to increase and the breakout between those particular areas. Again, this just kind of shows how our website traffic and overall metrics really correlated with our various campaigns. So you can see the new website launch, you can see our road trip campaign this spring, you can see the spike that we had when we launched postcards. It really does work. Marketing really does work. We can see it, with the data points here. Again, just another note on how people are searching for us, and also the unique mix between paid spend, organic spend, and really the earned media, and making sure that those various channels are really working in concert and working together for us. Just a quick note on our email list. We have about almost 13,000 total subscribers of our dedicated email list. That's after actually us scrubbing that list about a year and a half ago, because we had a lot of emails that people weren't engaging with us any longer. What that's done is create more of an engagement overall. We've actually increased our email campaigns. Our open rates have increased, our click-through rates have increased, and that's all because making sure that we have a quality guest on that particular email list. Some of again, through our Instagram channels, Facebook channels, as the world has evolved, these are owned channels that really do become part of that inspirational marketing for this destination. So whether you believe in social media or not, it is a way that people are finding out information. And as long as we're putting out quality content about our destination and beautiful images like swimming pools amongst vineyards, these are things that you can come and see and do in Paso Robles. Overall earned media, this is what we traditionally call public relations, reaching out to gain impressions from writers who are helping us tell the story of Paso Robles. Total impressions, 9.8 billion over this past year. We still had 34 journalists that we hosted throughout the pandemic year, and that's really truly a tribute because of all the work that we had done moving into this past year. Stories and broadcasts, 446. We can't pay for this kind of media. This is great, a way to keep sharing the story and talk about this awesome destination that we all get to call home. This is just some of the headlines. If you haven't seen them, the Today Show was another great pinnacle that hit right when we reopened, right at the same time our billboard campaign was happening. So again, the perfect storm from a real positive perception happened between our paid channels, our earned channels, and our controlled owned channels for us. These are headlines that you see the LA Times, National Geographic, New York Times writing and telling your story of the destination you all call home. This just gives a quick summary of the various campaigns over the past year to give you a sense of the different kinds of audiences that we are targeting, and also partnerships that we have, particularly with our friends at the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, to make sure that we're really hitting that wine audience and that wine tourist in a very thoughtful way. Just another note of our kind of paid spend. I know we're getting long here, so I don't want to go too long in this particular mindset. But again, just to show the whole multimedia mix between our paid social campaign, Google display ads. So you're probably asking yourself, okay, well, it's already October, Stacey. What's next happening? You just gave us to the end of June. So I thought I would just give a quick preview on what we're focusing on this particular fiscal year. So we're now at a point where we're ready to, as we like to say, unveil the mask and really start to talk about the people that make Paso Robles what it's about. So our new campaign for the current fiscal year, 21 and 22, is Paso Presents. We've gone through and looked at our various pillars throughout Paso Robles and identified and put people behind them. So we're in the process of actually doing the filming and telling the story of these folks. So many of you who are golfers, maybe you know the story of Mike Rouster. If not, please take a look at our website at Travel Paso. You'll see emails, organic social, and a whole page built out on golf in general, but also very specifically to tell Mike's story, which help us really tell the story and be one of the assets of Paso Robles. This just shows how we do that throughout our landing page, itinerary build. So everybody wants to know, what do the locals do? And that's what this campaign is really meant to do, is help bring out the locals and talk about not only their craft, what their focus is, but what is their recommendations? Where do they like to eat, drink, and sleep? We just returned from a major show called IPW in Las Vegas, where we met with 31 travel trade folks who are looking to bring folks here. So again, starting back out there with that proactive effort of encouraging folks to bring their travel and their groups to Paso Robles. And I have to say, it's so refreshing to hear that we are now definitely a wine region in people's minds, and we moved beyond that, and people are asking, well, what else? And so Sensorio becomes one of those what else's for us to help book that overnight stay and encourage people to come and bring those tours here. Again, meeting with media at this particular show to give a sense and keep that earned credibility going. We look forward to new headlines from this great group of writers. And the other thing that's next for us this year is we will be going under our renewal process. The Paso Robles Tourism Improvement District is in its year 5 of 5 years. So we will be working with you all in the renewal of our plan for this next year. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Council questions? Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, Stacey, I saw where you were doing a lot of billboards in LA. Are you doing any in the Bay Area at all?
So in the Bay Area, and this is just based on stats, we knew that LA, and we also got a better deal in terms of taking out billboards in Los Angeles. We've actually entered into a sponsorship agreement with the San Jose Earthquakes, which is a soccer team. So we're trying a different kind of approach in the Bay Area, essentially.
And how long are you running that contract for the billboard?
It was just a four-week contract in the month of just June 15th through the end of July.
That's what it was. Okay.
It was a 6-week contract. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I was virtually at your board of directors meeting today, and you've reached kind of an exciting revenue milestone with Paso Robles Hotels. Can you share that with us?
Absolutely. So if you haven't read your July TOT reports, congratulations, everyone. We reached $1 million worth of TOT revenue the month of July. You've reached $1 million before, but never in 1 month. So that is a first. And projections tell me from the hoteliers that there is good news yet to come. So a great opportunity and great rebound efforts from both marketing and the entire ecosystem really moving together and working together to achieve that milestone.
Very good. Thank you for your report. We appreciate it. I see no one online with a question or a comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment? Welcome, Mr. Gustin.
Dale Gustin, 945 Spring Street. I've told you many times I helped start the first wine festival to bring tourism here. Well, wine is still our major attraction, but Stacy did an excellent job of telling them the other things we have to offer now. And when this pandemic hit and we were starting to figure out how we're going to deal with it, I said at that time, the only way we're going to come out of it is to get that tourism back here. And thanks to Stacy and her group and everybody else that's bragging about Paso Robles everywhere we go, we're going to do it. I left to add one more comment. Paso Robles was designated as one of the 10 top places to retire to. Despite our high income levels of cost of living here, it's still one of the top 10 places to retire to. And I, being a senior, am going to plan to stay.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I see no one else rising to the occasion. I'm going to close public comment on this issue, and we'll move forward. The next item on our agenda is general public comments. This is the time set aside for people who would like to make comment, ask a question of council on an item that does not appear on the agenda tonight. If you're here for a specific agenda item, then you'll have time to comment when that agenda item is under consideration. If you are going to speak and you're in the room, we'd appreciate it if you'd fill out with a speaker information card and give it to staff before you bring it to the microphone. And whether you're with us here in the room or you're with us virtually, we appreciate you sharing your name with us and speaking up so all of us can hear what's going on. Let's start with the chamber, and Mr. Gustin is back.
Yes, the only negative thing I'd like to bring up is I'm disappointed that the city is still not resolved the senior pass problem. I run into more seniors that just refuse to come and shop here because they can't get their senior pass. I'm one of them. I come here and shop even despite that. But it is a disappointing thing to have the seniors not be able to get their senior pass. I understand you're trying to work the program around. It started out at $30, went to $5. The seniors are willing to pay $30 a year, including me.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? We have several people lined up online to make comment. First off, I have a Z Nakasha. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. My name
Welcome.
is Ziad Nakasha. How are you?
Good.
Thank you so much. I am here on behalf of the We Are the Care initiative. I'm an attorney at Carmel Nakasha, and I've been involved a little bit in childcare. And for the last 2 years, we have shared the importance of childcare and the dire childcare crisis that exists in our state and local community. We've asserted and reinforced the belief that an investment in childcare is an investment in our economy and in our community. During the past 2 years, we've asked for your support to spread awareness and sought to implement change. We come to you today with new data to support these claims. And I wanted to stress a little bit off topic that the importance of childcare is an amazing importance for our community and for our economic development. It helps individuals, women, men come back to the workforce that otherwise aren't able to come back to the workforce if we have the ability to have childcare. A recent study conducted by BW Research and commissioned by Cuesta College analyzes the economic impact of the childcare industry here in SLO County. This report substantiates that what we already know, that childcare is truly essential to our society and to our economy. The key findings and conclusions of that report include the following. Most childcare workers work full-time and still do not earn a living wage. The living wage for a single adult with no dependents in SLO County is roughly $38,400 per year. The average earnings for a childcare worker in the county are $27,200, only 71% of the living wage. Childcare is expensive, and childcare workers likely cannot afford full-cost childcare for their own child. The average cost of childcare in the county is roughly $10,000 per year. There's a large need for additional child care capacity in SLO County. The conservative estimate suggests that 2,300 children in the county may have working parents but are not enrolled in child care programs. Meeting 100% of the low-end estimates for the potential need for child care in SLO County would increase gross regional product by more than $108 million annually and support and create 425 jobs from this new economic activity. Meeting the entirety of the high-end estimate of potential child care demand would have even greater economic impacts, contributing $734 million to GRP, roughly equivalent to the GRP contributions of full-service restaurants, residential property managers, and hotels combined. This report will be emailed to you, and we encourage you to read it in its entirety. The study makes a strong case that child care benefits not only children and families, but our community and our economy as a whole. For more ways to get involved with We Are the Care, please contact First by SLO County or go to www.firstslo.org. Thank you so much for your time, and we will be back again soon with more information and updates. And I'm not sure if you guys have read that report from the New York Times about how the U.S. economy, how the U.S. is one of the last countries. They provide $500 a year in economic benefits, while other countries provide $15,000, $14,000 a year. We can do better.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. We appreciate it. Next online, we have Jim Lehman. Jim, are you with us?
Yes, Steve?
Yes, welcome.
Welcome. This is Jim Weeman, and I appreciate the council for hearing me out for a minute on Barney Schwartz Park and the situation that has occurred out there. Of course, I helped build the park 20 years ago, and I've been involved one way or the other since it has been open. I'm just concerned about, I appreciate the fact that they're bringing in food trucks in certain areas, but the concern to me is the fact that the snack bars are being shut down, and then they're going to be given the opportunity to nonprofits. Well, nonprofit groups right now, they're having a hard time even getting coaches and running it. And the snack bar is run perfectly for 5 years. Everybody has been happy. There's no concerns. One big concern is you have a softball snack bar that's right by the 4 softball fields. If you want to walk all the way down to the trucks, that's all the way over by the soccer fields. So my concern is I don't know what the problem is and why we're trying to fix a problem that doesn't need to be fixed. And I just wanted to voice my opinion on that, sir.
Thank you for calling. We appreciate it.
And I appreciate it.
Next, we have Tina Dockstetter. Tina, are you with us?
Yes. Hi, my name is Tina Dockstetter, and my concern is also Barney Schwartz Park in a couple different ways. I've been involved with the park as a player and a sponsor for probably 18 years, and I've seen the condition of the park deteriorate and for lack of maintenance. For one, the scoreboards, for two, the batter's boxes, which has all got to do with the lack of maintenance and the condition of the fields. I also just hosted the largest clean and sober softball tournament that's in California this last weekend. And when I say clean and sober, there is no worry about alcohol being out there or anything in that manner. I have teams that flew from Michigan, Washington, Oregon, all over this, 48 of them. So that's 12 players plus their families, and that come to our city, and they get hotels, buy gas, buy food, and it just seems like it, and this is my 11th year, minus COVID year, of course, and it just seems like it's getting more difficult and more difficult to deal with the city staff when it comes to, I know we have rules and regulations in place, and of course we have to follow, and I get that. But it just seems like it's getting squeezed tighter and tighter and tighter, like that we're not wanted there. And then for a lot of people, this might just be a softball tournament, but if we can save an addict or an alcoholic from changing their lives to what they used to do to what they are today by allowing us to continue to host something like this, I feel like I've done my job as a sponsor in a program. I myself have 17 years clean and sober, and I work at a very prominent business in our city, and I help people who have deaths have occurred from all kinds of deaths, from addicts, alcoholics, to regular deaths. I work in a funeral home, and so for us to just be able to put an event on like this is more than just softball, and so I just wanted to make that known. But the snack bar is a huge issue, I feel, for league nights, for girls softball, for boys baseball. It's in the center of the fields for a reason, so it can be tight knit, so the families don't need to worry about their kids going to get something to eat in between games and not running across the park or the street to get to a food truck. And so that is a huge concern for me.
Tina, that's 3 minutes. Could you summarize your comments, please?
Yeah, so again, I'd like to see the condition of the fields, to in better condition, and the snack bar would really love to see the snack bar reopen and be staffed for those of us who enjoy the family park, Barney Schwartz.
Very good. Thank you for calling. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Next, we have Christina MacArthur. Christina, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm also calling in regards to Barney Schwartz Park. I was at the tournament that Tina had mentioned, and was amazed at how many people came out there and how many of the same people have been coming out there for years. I've been playing at Barney Schwartz for the past 15 years. And I also have been keeping score out there for different league nights for the past 2 years. And I've had quite a few players ask me, the same things that Tina had brought up: the condition of the fields, the scoreboards, the snack bar for not only them, but their children as well. And the condition of the fields where they're at now has caused a lot of injuries. I have had to administer first aid quite a few times on the fields the last couple seasons since they've put the sand, just because it's not meant for the fields and there's rocks. It becomes hazardous in the base paths. Like Tina said, the park all in itself at one point was beautiful and extremely well maintained, and the condition of it has decreased in the last few years. I've noticed as well. There's a lot of people that love to come to Paso. I personally travel and play softball in some of the states that even Tina mentioned that came out this last weekend, and everyone that I've talked to, there's people that have come to our town, experienced our new restaurants. They love how Paso seems to be growing since they've first come. And, and they've noticed the conditions of the fields as well, deteriorate. So it's just, it's noticeable to out-of-towners. They love coming out here and going to coming to the softball fields and experiencing downtown Paso, all the new restaurants and businesses that have been coming downtown. The snack bar was a big topic over the weekend. Parents, families from out of town, wanted to get their kids something to eat, and it just, it's, not available. And It just seems to be a big concern for for not only locals that come out and play, but now people that are traveling to come out and experience our town
Right.
as well.
That's 3 minutes.
And,
Any closing comments? That's 3
no,
minutes.
thank you. I was just about to finish it myself. Yes.
Okay. We thank you very much for calling. Next up, we have John Doss. John, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
You're on.
Thank you. I also wanted to comment, and I know I've emailed the council in previous issues regarding the snack bar at Barney Schwartz Park, especially on the softball side and as well as the soccer side. There's a reason that the snack bars were built 20 years ago in the middle of all of those fields. There's a reason for them to be there. It's the hub. It's where everybody goes. You know where the kids are. The kids can go get, a snack. You've got the kids that can go get a drink. Their parents can go to get a drink while the kids are playing their game, and you don't miss anything. You don't miss an at-bat. You don't get to miss, little Johnny or little Susie, making a play or making a great catch. That's why the snack bars were put in the center, and everybody can go. It's the centralized hub of how that works. Works the same way on the soccer side with the goals. It works the same way at Sherwood Park with where it is put between Hernandez Field and between Bynum Field. They're all there for a reason. The snack bars need to be reopened. We're working our way forward through the pandemic. It's time for those to be reopened. Food trucks are a decent idea, but again, where you're going to have empty buildings already built, have been sitting there, repair the buildings, fix the problems. The scoreboards at Barney Schwartz Park that people have talked about, we know that they have been ordered. We know they're on their way. They've been dilapidated and broken down for 8 years. I'm glad the city has realized that it's time to get those fixed, and those are being repaired and going to be reset. The last thing I'll talk about is the condition of the fields. The city workers did the best that they could with the materials they had at the time. Those fields need clay. All the fields in Barney Schwartz Park need repairs to them. When it comes to the soccer side, when it comes to clay being added to the infields, eventually it's going to get to the point where someone's going to get hurt. The adult softball group, the youth baseball group, the travel teams that play out there, and the girls fast pitch league that all do everything they can, and all those volunteers do everything that they can to make it work for the kids as best they can. They need help. The city needs to step up and put some clay into those fields before somebody truly does take a major injury on it. And the same goes for Robbins. Robbins is in the center of town, and the same problem. That needs clay. Sherwood Park, the 3 fields that are currently being used by Paso Robles Youth Baseball, same problem. They need clay. They need work on it. You can only do so much with the volunteers unless you have the materials. So it's time for community services, recreation services to help out the community that uses those fields and get them repaired, get to where we don't have any injuries for anyone that uses out there. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for calling. We have no more callers online, so I'm going to close general public comment. No rule questions asked during the general public comment. Obviously, several comments about Barney Schwartz Park and issues there, and I think probably at the end of this meeting during council comments, we can discuss whether or not we can delve into that more deeply in the future.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to listen on Zoom. It kept cutting out because I wanted to be one of the Zoom callers.
Yes.
So I raced over here so I could comment. May I be?
Please, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
I don't, well, I'm waving, but you're reading. Hi, Steve. Trina Marlin. I used to work for the city of Paso, recreation marketing coordinator. I've been retired since 2015 to take care of my mother and live a life, I guess. So I, for the first time, went to that Clean and Sober tournament. I've never been to one. I was incredibly impressed. I've never met kinder, more friendly, more helpful people. Everybody was smiling, laughing. There was no alcohol. I don't even think I saw smoking. I mean, it was amazing. Lots of families, people from all over. And I got to hear a lot of their stories, how they became clean and sober, which was very inspiring. So I came both days, Friday and Saturday, I think Saturday, Sunday, whatever. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday. And I became aware that there's some issue over the snack bar. And the way it was handled was incredibly professional. And Walt was there when I was working at the city. He has a tremendous amount of equipment. We're talking way beyond what's available there. And I think it's kind of unreasonable to expect that a nonprofit who cares about adults would be willing to bring the equipment, spend the time, buy the food, It's a huge project. I mean, that was an amazing tournament. You couldn't find a parking space. There were hundreds and hundreds of people. But the thing I also noticed is there were a tremendous amount of children. And I want to make this point. Healthy children come from healthy families. Healthy families need to have parents who are not addicted to alcohol or drugs. So at the bottom of their jersey, they had the date when they had become sober. Some people had been sober for 20 years. That gentleman I saw at the bottom of his jersey, it was 2 months. There was one man there, it was 2 days. So what that does is provide support for those families that are struggling. And because of the support that comes and the camaraderie, because of sports, which is huge in this area. And as you heard, that tournament, there's 3 large tournaments in this California, Pismo, some other spot, and us. I've never seen such a well-run, well-handled tournament, and they cleaned up everything. They didn't come to a clean park, but they cleaned up the park. There were no issues, no fights, no arguments, none of that. The other thing I learned is there's an AED there. I've been trained on an AED. The AED is not available during the week because that snack bar is locked. So Wednesday night, the seniors will be there with no AED. So what happens if someone has a heart attack? I heard that one gentleman there had to actually use his car battery to restart a man's heart and save his life. Why we have AEDs we cannot access, I do not understand. So I want to make sure that before Wednesday night, there is a key given to several people to open the snack bar and make sure the AED will be handled.
That is 3 minutes. Can you summarize,
Okay,
please?
so I think we have more pressing issues than the snack bar. For heaven's sakes, it's working, it's not broken. Why try to fix it? Don't expect nonprofits. They'll do the youth events. Parents are vested in youth. But when we invest in seniors and when we invest in adults, we're investing in healthy kids as well.
Very good. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for listening.
Is there anyone else that I didn't see? I apologize for missing that. Okay, so now general comments, public comments are closed, and I think in response to some of the comments that have been made that we can have a conversation when we get to council comments here tonight about what, if anything, we can do about this. So let's move on now. I'll ask if any agenda items are going to be deferred tonight. I'm hearing no.
No, I'm sorry.
Consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. If discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, the item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from consent will be heard at the end of the meeting. That being said, do we have any council questions or items to be pulled? Mr. Hammond.
I'd like to have 4.
Item 8. Okay. Okay. Caleb, could you answer a question about item 8, please?
Absolutely.
Caleb, this is
microphone.
Briefly describe to us and the public what this is and how it's going to be used.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. So we currently have cameras that the council approved for purchase back in December. Those cameras are installed currently at different locations in the city. They are facing east on Niblick and southbound 101 on-ramp at Spring Street, and we have 2 up at 36th and Spring. We found those cameras to be very effective for us in our apprehension of suspects, and as I noted in my staff report, we have, with those cameras, was a surprising number to us. We've seen almost 5 million vehicles hit in those cameras since March of this year. And of that, we have seen 341 stolen vehicles come through our town. So those are astonishing numbers to us. And when we were able to pull those analytics, I immediately brought the council a proposal to purchase more cameras because we know that that's happening in our town, and we're not able to get to all those locations on a daily basis with our staffing levels. But these cameras are basically like having eyes out there for our officers. It immediately reports a stolen vehicle hit or a license plate that's been registered in the system. That could be a sex offender, that could be a suspect of a homicide, it could be whatever is in that system. It immediately alerts our dispatch center when they can then alert the officers on the street. So what we're requesting tonight before the council is the additional 4 cameras to be placed in the city, so that we can kind of, what we're attempting to do is put a better network of cameras in the city. So that's what we're proposing tonight.
Great, it's a great tool. Is this very similar to our parking device that we use when we check the parking inside the city limit?
Yes, sir. The parking car has a license plate reader on it as well, and that is as well linked. The volume of hits are not near as much with the system, but that system also integrates into the system that we have in place of the stationary and fixed cameras.
Very good. That's all I had. Questions?
Very good. Any other questions with council? Any items to be withdrawn? From the public, do we have questions on any consent calendar item or requests for withdrawal? Mr. Guston.
Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. I too, on number 8, was wondering, have they selected the locations for those new readers? That would be of interest. And then I had a comment on 9, just to say, thank goodness we need to take care of those seniors out there. A lot of them do use electric carts and that, and so those curb cuts will help them. And number 10, the only adverse comment I have there is I was involved in criticizing Field Gibson for his debacle at the school board, and I don't think that this should be trusted to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, would you like to answer the question about location of license plate readers?
Yes, sir. We have not determined the exact location of the new readers. I have been working with Caltrans because we know Highway 46 is a major to our city, and so we want to put them out there if we can, but that's another hurdle we're trying to get over now, so we're not exactly sure. But we're working with our detective unit to kind of see where they would like them. As important it is that we find stolen vehicles, these are really very useful for criminal investigations, and so we want to make sure we put them at locations that work for us best.
Very good, thank you. I see no one waiting on line to make comment on the consent calendar. If there's no one else, yes. You got to scamper up there before I start moving on.
Trina Marlin, 2314 Ashwood Place. Sorry, I forgot my address. Frankly, I love the idea, but I would suggest the obvious. Let's not tell people where they are, right? So then all those people who have stolen cars won't avoid them.
There you go. Thank you, ma'am. If there's no further public comment, I will close public comment, bring it back to the council, entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. Mr. Gregory.
I move that we approve items 5 through 10 on the consent agenda.
Hammond seconds.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye and no on 10.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with the exception of a dissent on item 10 by Councilman Hammond. For the benefit of those who have not taken the opportunity to look at the online agenda for tonight's meeting, which has all of the information that we have, I'll ask the city manager to please give us a short report on the consent calendar items that we've passed this evening.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 6 items tonight on the consent calendar. Some of those, as you're aware, were discussed in some detail. The first item is the approval of our city council minutes from our October 5th, 2021 meeting. The second item is receipt of the warrant register, which is our basically the city's bills that get paid in between council meetings. Reports on those. Item number 3 is approval to conduct remote and or hybrid remote in-person public meetings. You might recall at our last meeting we had an item there. Not only did the council request that our council meetings be brought back in person, but this bill, Assembly Bill 361, also provides an extension for us to be able to have hybrid remote meetings, which we're doing tonight and moving forward. The next item was approval of the purchase of the automatic license plate readers. which Commander Davis was able to explain to the community and to the council. The next item is approval of construction agreement for the Sierra Bonita curb ramp project for $196,500. And the last item, of course, was the appointment of Commissioner Gibson to the HCOC Advisory Committee.
Very good. Thank you. We move on. No public hearings scheduled for tonight. We have discussion items number 11, quarterly financial report and adjustments. Mr. Cornell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. So, fiscal year 2020, 2021 was an interesting year, and I know I had a lot of quarterly check-ins with you all, and we got the budget passed for fiscal year 21, 22, and I kind of went dormant. So I kind of, this is my first report on budget for 4 months, and so there's a lot I want to get to. The first bit of it is showing kind of the preliminary results from fiscal year 2020, 2021. We are having auditors come out to site next week. And so the numbers I'm presenting to you are unaudited, but we don't expect those numbers to change significantly. If anything, the audit will just confirm what I'm presenting to you this evening. As with previous quarterly reports, whenever there's changes or things that have happened that come to light, we kind of do look at our personnel. So we do have a couple personnel recommended changes to discuss with you. The bulk of the presentation tonight, though, will be kind of on that third section there, the updating our funding for our facilities. And as you're aware, we purchased a couple facilities in the last couple of fiscal years, one out Second Wind Way and the other on Union Road. A lot of those different funding sources that we used to secure those properties were restricted sources, meaning they could only be used for specific reasons. And in some of these cases, the reasons changed, and so we need to change the funding sources to kind of go over that with you and council. I hate saying this, but it's kind of a little bit of a shell game, but I'm being kind of open about it and what we're actually going to move around and how we're going to fund these buildings and facilities. Several months ago, we had a discussion about certain general fund loans to other funds. So I was going to just do a brief little summary on which funds have a near deficit reserve balances. And then lastly, there was a couple of budget corrections and amendments that we need to make to the fiscal year 21-22 budget that we'll kind of go over. I have 3 graphs, and I'm going to just dive right on into the fiscal year 2021 analysis. And pretty much the overall underlying results is our fiscal year, our revenues came in much better than what we anticipated. I don't know if you remember when we entered the fiscal year, April, May, June time of 2020, right when the pandemic first hit, we were expecting significant economic downturns, and we were anticipating about $5.7 million worth of reserves to be used. But as the quarterly reports, right, I was communicating on the budget reports quarterly, and we kind of saw the revenues were coming in much better. And even in our third quarter, so around about springtime of this year, we were still getting deficit spending trends, but closer to about $2 million rather than that 5.7. Well, now we're kind of at that point where we've gotten all the revenues in, and all of them, numbers are kind of staying put. And surprisingly, we're going to actually end the fiscal year at about a $4.5 million surplus. So a lot of revenue growth happened in May and June of this year. It's going to kind of piggyback on what Stacy said on TOT. But I first wanted to show this chart up here, which is the property tax revenue history. And what this is just accumulated revenues month over month for the last 3 or 4 years. And I put this one up there because out of all of the revenue sources, right, the top 3, property tax, sales tax, and TOT, this was the one that the projection was the most accurate. So on the very far right there on the June column, that yellow bar is what the quarter 3 forecast was. The gray bar just to the left of that is the actual results. So our forecast for property taxes was spot on. And that little orange bar at the end is just what we're anticipating for the current fiscal year. So on property tax side of things, because it doesn't have that same adjustment with the economy that the sales tax and TOT does, these are pretty steady. So this is, Ryan gets an A+ for forecasts and predictions. Where I start kind of going sideways is on sales tax. But this is all positive information. So again, if you kind of see right around March and April time on these charts, and we're looking at prior year histories, and in all actuality, it looked like we were more forecasting to be on pace with 18-19 activity. So we know 19-20 was an anomaly, but as you can see on that dark blue line, from May to June, it's a $5 million swing in just those 3 months. It was quite amazing how much economic activity came in at the end of the year. And so as you can see, that yellow line, which was the quarter three projection, was almost $2 million under projected. And that kind of almost even leads into the next fiscal year too, where that orange bar is still less than this year's history, or this year's revenue. And I'll kind of discuss a little bit of history of what to expect moving forward, but more than likely that sales tax revenue is under projected for 21-22. Similar story with TOT, where you had these huge increases towards the June time. And again, it kind of just shows the benefits of Travel Paso and them really pushing those marketing efforts. And it definitely resulted in a positive tax income to the city. So when you kind of overlay all those together, we were anticipating the $41.8 million revenue estimate. Our revenues actually come in closer to $52 million. So we have about $10 million more in revenues than we had initially anticipated. So the majority of that comes from, again, the sales tax and the TOT. All other revenue there, you see a $3.1 million additional increase. The majority of that, about $2.3 million of it, came from the sale of the River Lodge. We did a unique property swap agreement. The owner had a purchase option, and he exercised that. And so we did sell that piece of property. So that wasn't included in the original revenue projections, but that did happen before the end of the fiscal year. So very good news leading into that. On the expenditure side of things, I honestly, I kind of like this just chart too, especially on that far right column, kind of shows the percentage of budget that was spent. And really, it is amazing, all of our fellow department heads and how they manage their expenses. As you can see, we're kind of in the high 80s, mid 90s, kind of across the board for each one of our departments. The big kind of the anomaly on this slide is that transfers and other expenses. You can see it's at 122% over what was budgeted. And there's kind of two main reasons for that. The first is our Measure E12, that's the half-cent supplemental sales tax, that is used for streets and roads purposes. And so the money funnels through the general fund into the general fund, and then the exact same amount transfers out of the general fund into the capital improvement program. And because our sales tax revenues are over projected from what revenues were budgeted at, so were the transfers out. So that's one of the big ones. The other big one actually had to do with the property at Second Wind Way. Back in when council approved that action to purchase the property, the facilities replacement fund was used to secure the building. So similarly, revenues from the lease revenues from that property goes into the general fund, but then we're moving the same amount of money out into the facility replacement fund to replenish that. So kind of bringing this all together. We were thinking we were going to hit a $5.7 million deficit. We're ending the fiscal year at a complete opposite, $4.8 million surplus. And so that means our reserves for the general fund are about $25.8 million. It represents about 50% of revenues. And if you recall, the fiscal policy says that the minimum policy is about 30%. And so we're about $10 million over and beyond what the minimum reserves require. And then the second part too is all of the reserves, all the money that we appropriated for our downtown businesses and all of our use of reserves have been replenished. And so we're kind of back pre-pandemic levels as far as our reserve levels go. But it is kind of difficult though, what to expect moving forward. It does seem like the economy is a little bit too hot, right? I think there was a little bit of pent-up demand. We saw a lot of that with tourism and we'll go local, we'll go 3 hours. And we got a lot of the drive commutes from the Bay Area and Los Angeles that really kind of did benefit us. But it's really right now at this point in time, it's hard for me to kind of determine what that means in the future. Next week, we have a meeting with our HDL consultants to kind of go over our sales tax results. And so I'll be able to pick their brain a little bit more to kind of see what we can anticipate moving forward. there. But this shouldn't be any surprise, right? We have the supply chains issues that are concerned, and inflation's another concern as well. So again, it's all positive news coming out of the fiscal year. I just kind of want to push a big kind of caution flag that it's probably not sustainable over the long term, and that we really probably should, and we will in the mid-year report, kind of look at doing some one-time transfers either to the Section 115 trust account to straight directly to CalPERS, even though don't forget about the other post-employment benefit trusts that we also offer. And then even more importantly is the all of our infrastructure projects. I feel like I say it over and over again, but right, the 3 bridges, the Warware Creek, the Vine Street Bridge, and the overcrossing on 46, those are going to be some very costly projects to be had. And so kind of starting to tuck money aside for those is going to be really important moving forward. So expect a update on mid-year, or about January time, with some additional actions based on what we're seeing in the economy. Moving on to the position reclassifications, there's 2 recommendations for council's approval tonight. One of them is in the recreation division, and one of them is in the wastewater treatment plant. On the recreational side, I'm sorry, let me take a step backwards. Citywide, we do deploy full-time and part-time employees. And even on the part-time employees, we have those that have enhanced benefits and those that don't. And what I mean by enhanced benefits, those are those employees that are paying, that the city's paying for PERS pension to, or some medical benefits. Those positions tend to work more per week, usually about 30 hours per week. And then whereas the other normal part-time employees, or traditional part-time employees, work about 20 hours per week. We keep them about 20 hours per week because of CalPERS restrictions. If they work over 1,000 hours in a year, then we're required to enroll them into CalPERS. And then once you're in CalPERS, you're always in CalPERS. And so whenever we have these enhanced benefited part-time employees, usually get replaced with a 20-hour a week employee. But in this particular case, the recreation division had an enhanced benefited part-time employee leave to go to the county for a full-time position. And so we kind of took a look at the analysis of the recreation's personnel and how they're resourced. And so it's being recommended that we take that 130-hour a week position, as well as a 20-hour a week position that's currently unfilled or currently vacant, to create a full-time position. So it's taking 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time. There is an increase in cost. It's about $31,500 to the department, or to the recreation division. It's about 2.5% increase overall. For now, there is salary savings in the division, so this year's cost could be covered with those, and then it'll just be kind of added to the baseline assumptions moving forward. This would result in 1 recreation manager, full-time employees, and then 4 part-time employees. And then on the wastewater side, this is kind of interesting too. It is the wastewater treatment plant is a 7-day a week operation, and so Matt has his staff deployed in 4 10s, and so one group works Sunday through Wednesday, those 4 days, and then the second group works Wednesday through Saturday. So Wednesday's the overlap. Well, currently the way that the division is structured is there's 1 treatment plant, chief treatment plant operator, and then there's 1 lead that's supposed to kind of cover both shifts. What this recommendation would do would put a lead on each one of those crews. So there would be 2 leads, 1 for each crew, and then still have the 1 treatment plant operator. So this is just taking essentially a Tech 2 and promoting it up to a class, or Tech 3. And this will result, minor increase of about $13,400 per year. This was part of the rate study that was adopted from council back in the springtime of this year. And so the cost will just come out of the wastewater fund for that. Let me take a sip of water because this is a big. So our facilities analysis. So we purchased 2 pieces of property within the last couple of years. The one that's on the screen here is 4301 Second Wind Way. Encompasses 5 separate buildings. The first one is an office building. It's currently occupied by Greater California Financial. And because there was already a tenant in there, we used unrestricted resources to purchase that facility. So we used the facility replacement fund for just over $600,000 for that building. The second building just to the west of that is was initially purchased for the intent to moving City Hall Annex out of there because the City Hall Annex is on the AB 1600 needs list. We were able to use some restricted general government DIF funds to secure that property, right about $200,000. And then the facility replacement fund picked up the rest of it. So it is a smaller footprint, so that's why it's a little bit less in cost there. The warehouse is the big one on the property that was initially intended for the corporation yard. Because, again, it was an expansion of the current outfit, we were able to use restricted general government to use to purchase the warehouse, about $2.9 million. We also sold Riverside, so we were going to use the sale proceeds to secure that $4.4 million structure there. And I'll kind of go in a little more details. I'm just kind of giving more of a history right now. And then in this southern area where there's 2 airplane hangars that the airport fund purchased outright. So as we were analyzing these facilities and the amount of tenant improvements that was going to need on the warehouse for the courtyard to go there, we kind of almost put push the brakes on moving the courtyard there. And then, as you know, in July time, we secured another tenant, G3, to secure that facility and rent that space out for the next 5 years. And so really the warehouse and the Greater California Financial Building are now essentially income properties. And because they're no longer being used for city operations, we need to return those development impact fees back to the original sources. And so we need to have unrestricted funds to pay for these 2 buildings. This is the recommendation, is to have the general fund pay for $950,000 of it, and the facility replacement fund to pay about $4.2 million of it. That facility replacement number is not magical. That's the amount of money that's actually in the fund. So that pretty much draws it down to zero. And so there was still about a $950,000 shortfall that needed to be made up. And so, and because the general fund was, and the results for the general fund were good last fiscal year, it seemed appropriate to recommend just using the general fund reserves to purchase the rest of the warehouse. But so that's money going out, but now money coming in, we're going to get about $710,000 a year just from those 2 facilities each year. And if you kind of do the math, it's about a 14% return on investment. It pays back in right around 7 years. So fiscally, it kind of makes sense. And so the kind of the plan is to, again, just that we'll get the income, we'll replenish what we spent initially, and then we'll come up with a plan moving forward.
Ryan, do we pay back the general fund and the replacement fund for facilities with interest, or is it just dollar for dollar when we do this?
Currently, we don't have the replacements fund earning interest. All the interest that would have gone to those funds would go straight to the general fund.
But the general fund does, right?
The
general fund does earn interest, right?
Yeah.
That's what. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Fred, go ahead.
Yeah. 2 questions. First of all, does this report include that $1 million we just heard about from last month on TOT?
Yes, that is part of that big TOT jump was, yeah.
Okay, it does include that. Then the other thing is, am I reading this correctly when I'm looking at general fund expenditures and community services is going to have a $600,000 surplus by the end of the year?
I'm not seeing what you're.
Well, it looks like they were budgeted at $7,020,000, and the preliminary final is going to be $6,421,000. So that's about a $600,000 surplus at the end of the year.
Correct. So yeah. In total, from all the departments, we're looking at about $1.5 million savings.
Okay, so that is the same department, though. Then, just for analysis purposes, that handles parks and recreation.
Correct.
So that handles Barney Schwartz Park and the fields. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving on, the other change to the campus has to do with what the second office building was the City Hall Annex and then one of the airplane hangars. And actually, the police department has been taking a poking their head in and around those buildings and thinking that rather than constructing facilities at Union Road, we could utilize these structures already. And so by doing that, that will be able to use the police development impact fees to purchase the second office building as well as one of the airplane hangars. Yes, Mr. Gavin.
I got a question on the airplane hangar. Will the Airport Enterprise Fund receive revenue from that part of the police department?
So the way we're currently having this set up is that the police diff development impact fees are going to purchase the hangar, and so there would be no ongoing expenses.
I thought the Airport Fund Enterprise paid for both of those.
They did initially. This recommended change is so that they would only pay for one of them, and the police using restricted funds out of the police department impact fees to purchase the hangar. So essentially, it would pay back the airport fund, and then the police diffs would be used to purchase this hangar.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not quite understanding then why an aircraft hangar is being used. I know that we're talking about a place for storage of materials and things, but aircraft hangars are for aircraft, right? And we've gotten over a lot of problems with the airport personnel not putting the right things in hangars, right? So this is where I'm going. Yeah.
We're definitely very sensitive. We have the FAA overlay of what is and what isn't allowed, and so we are kind of analyzing that all in concurrent with this. I do want to say that if the airport fund were to continue to purchase that hangar and rent it out, the income or the payment, the expense would have to come from the general fund and not the police diff fees, because the police diffs can only go to facilities, not to lease payments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. It's a policy situation. So your report is separate than that, but I was just kind of curious. Thank you.
Okay. And then I didn't say it, but the other hangar that there still will be the airport's hangar to use in the lease. And so what this kind of just brings it all back together. So each funding source, or the original funding source, what the original intent was is on that first column there, where we're using the facility replacement fund, some general government impact fees, and then the airport fund. And then with the change in use of operations, this is what the updated funding source would be. And then the change there. So at the very bottom right there, you see the total. Nothing's changing. We already purchased it. It's just a matter of what funds you're using to purchase the property at the end. The second piece of the facility that I wanted to discuss is 2930 Union Road. This is the future home of Fire Station 3. Just the land alone, the purchase price was $3,425,000. We used, again, development impact fees to secure the property. It's up there in the upper right-hand corner. So we use fire, police, and general government impact fees just to secure the property. So this has nothing to do with the constructions or the grading or anything like that. What we do now, or based on today's analysis, we know police facilities aren't going on the site, so we need to return the police diff funds back to this for this. And essentially, what that means is that the fire and the general government kind of needs to absorb what the police would pay for. But to further, or to take us even a step further, though, when we're looking at the on-site grading and site improvements, and we're looking at constructing the Ardmore Road, and then the actual fire station number 3, the on-site grading and the site improvements and even the road improvements can be shared. Those costs can be shared amongst all those facilities on that parcel. And so before we had 3, right? We had the courtyard, we had police, and we had fire, all kind of taking their fair share of those off-site improvements. Well, now the police is going over to Second Wind Way, that leaves the general government and the fire to take up those remaining costs for those offsite improvements. And then really we were looking at the Boysville again for the courtyard, and that would just mean that the fire impact fees would be on the hook for the whole offsite grading and site improvements. And so as of right now, what we're recommending is to have the courtyard move forward in a meeting or two, come forward with a design for designing the corporation yard at the site. And then by doing so, we can kind of help the fire impact fees with the cost of Ardmore Road and some of those grading improvements, and kind of share the cost amongst all the restricted impact fees there. So again, just to kind of to clean up the purchase of the land, we're recommending, again, returning the police diff fees back to the fund since it's no longer going there. Use the proceeds from the sale of Riverside that was initially going to the Second Wind Way, now put it towards Union Road. And then we kind of have the fire diff still there. The construction costs and even these costs too will have to be trued up once we finally know what the facility footprints of each one of these facilities are as well. So this will be a continued conversation as we clean up the accounting and the funding sources of these facilities. So that all being said, a couple of months ago, when the city council was entertaining moving the design of some road improvements at the Country Club area ahead of the line, and so we weren't sure what the cash flow was looking for, but worst case scenario, we'll just have the general fund kind of advance that design work until we got the supplemental sales tax monies in. And it kind of did spark a memory that the general fund does loan out money to other funds several times, and there's 6 examples potentially of where the general fund could lend out money. The first one, even though we're taking a less costly approach on the police facilities, by them purchasing the Second Wind Way property, that made that fund go negative about $500,000. So again, it's more of a cash, it's more of a timing issue. We know development's happening. We constantly get in diff revenues in every year, so it's just a kind of a timing issue. So the police impact fees will need to be paid back over time. The fire diffs, actually, the actual reserves are positive. We do have about half of it going, for budget carryover for the new fire engine. But we know that the construction is going on, and right now the only reason why the only funding mechanism for the construction of the fire station is from Measure J20. And then, as you remember, Measure J20 was supposed to be repaid back once we were receiving diff fees. So even though it's just showing a positive balance, really there is a kind of a loan to the general our J20 fund that's kind of helping construct Fire Station 3. This isn't anything new, but the transportation diff fee, it currently has a cash balance of $6.2 million, but we have projects almost $9 million budgeted and appropriated. So should we spend 100% of what has been appropriated, that fund would go negative about $3 million. Again, this is more of a mechanism of advancing some of these projects, these higher dollar projects that take multiple years to construct. The specific plans, this isn't anything new. This is just kind of an update about $1.4 million. This does sound like good news on Olson and Beechwood front that they're moving forward with their development projects. So hopefully we'll start getting those loans replenished.
And that would be my question. Can you be a little more specific? Where is that money owed? On what?
The specific plans?
Yeah.
To the general fund.
I mean, for which specific plan?
It's all of them. It's North Chandler, South Chandler, Beechwood.
Okay.
All of them had a mechanism where we advanced some planning studies initially out of the gate.
And you've got a backup sheet to show how much from each is due? Yeah. And any anticipated time of recovery?
The Olson and Beechwood seem to be the soonest ones, but we're still looking a couple of years out. This has been a balance for the last 7, 8, 10 years, right? So this is just something.
Thank you.
What's not something new is the parking fund that's newer. It's a couple of years old. So our balance at June 30th is about $644,000. I've got authorization for up to $1 million. Looking at the parking fund analysis now, breaking even this year is possible, but it's going to be pretty close. Not anywhere nearing to start making the dent into cutting back on the loan payable. And then lastly, Measure E12, that's another one where we're advancing street projects. So yes, we have a cash balance from those monies of about $10 million, but we have $14 million, in the queue and budgeted in the works. And then lastly, my last piece, bullet point number 5 is some budget corrections and amendments. When we actually started inputting the budget document into the accounting software, we kind of realized that we had left off some of our supplemental requests, and so there were 6 of them that was presented to City Council in April time. They total $458,000. They include the strategic plan for the library and recreation, some translation services, some capital project work out in the landfill, updating our PCI and some irrigation controls. And then I did things on the other direction where I added numbers twice, and so there's just some cleaning up entries there. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. The recommendation for the City Council is to approve the Resolution 21 to kind of update the budgets kind of based on what I presented.
Well, I got to tell you, Ryan, as far as income reports go, I've had worse.
This is excellent. You did a really well job.
Well done. Council questions, Mr. Gregory.
Can you do this again next year, Ryan? That was my first question. And just for statistical understanding, you think the sales tax increase, there's two increases that are pretty dramatic, both sales and TOT. But the sales, do you think that's because of the dealerships and the RV dealerships had such big numbers?
I would say that the Harley dealerships was actually earlier on in the fiscal year. We saw a lot of those significant growth. The May and June and July stuff, I mean, it's tourism. I mean, just tourism.
People.
There's just that pent up demand and people had money that they wanted to spend.
And are you, I guess we'll hear, I don't want to take any of your thunder for next year's budget. So that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Strong.
Yeah, actually, mine was more a policy question. Second Wind Way is turning into an income property for the city primarily, which is not a normal position for government to be in. Usually we are the debtor to private industry and we do the renting. Mm-hmm. To now be in competition with the private sector for rental properties seems to be rather inconsistent policy-wise. And I hope this isn't one of those things of do as I say, but not as I do. And I'm a little concerned, especially on the hangar situation. If we're telling other hangars that they can't store things, for us to do so puts us, I think, in a very questionable position, policy-wise, to tell other people you can't do this, but we can. So I'm concerned about a few of the things on that score. I'm also interested in what I asked about the specific plans, because with your explanation, it looks like we have written off a lot of the specific plans that go way, way back on Chandler and on some of the other specific plan areas that were companies that either no longer exist or have no interest in the properties, but left us with some debt. Have we just written those off then?
Okay, so let me start with Second Wind Way. Again, we're very sensitive to what can and can't go into airplane hangars. We know that. We've been working with Roger and FAA to figure out the map, right? There's a master map of what they're saying that could be ergonomical and what could be non-ergonomical. So we're analyzing that too. So we're very conscientious of that. And obviously, we're not going to do something that we can't or shouldn't do in that storage or in that other airplane hangar. On the specific plans, no, they're not written off. By no means, they're not written off. So even when we're having development agreement meetings with the developers, we kind of let them know, hey, this is still outstanding. This is still yours, to own up. And so they're very conscientious of it. So we don't issue building permits until we get those funds.
So are we going to then charge those to the current property owner if and when they sell the property? Or we're not going to ding some brand new developer coming in for all the plans that were rejected from previous people, are we?
Yeah, I think so. There was outstanding fees that were paid by the city for planning efforts that didn't move forward, both on on Chandler Ranch, Olson, and Beechwood, all three specific plan areas. As we moved through with the development agreements, there were provisions in there to address those outstanding fees. It seems like we probably need to get together and reconcile where we're at with that outstanding money and the development agreements, and probably report back exactly what's still going to be, on the books after we're done with the development agreements.
And I think also resolve that with our budget picture then too, so that we're showing the proper deficits or anticipated future revenue.
Yeah, no, I know what is outstanding. I know what money's and hasn't been received in yet. So.
Okay, then my other question.
By no means aren't written off, but yeah, the developers are very much aware that these fees are owed when they do develop.
Okay, my other question would be, since we're now a landlord out there on Second Wind Way, I anticipate we're only keeping that property because eventually we intend for that to become city use. we're not going to keep that just as an income generating property, are we?
So the original intent actually of when the airport was doing all these land leases was for private to develop the buildings upwards. And all of those land leases have an automatic, whatever facilities are on the property refer to the city at the end of the term. So I think as of now, the intent is that when the original land lease term is over, that all those facilities would actually be turned over to the airport fund, and then the airport fund would be able to use it for income properties, which is in their business structure and model too.
Okay, so they will be for public use land eventually.
Yeah, that's for 30 plus years.
All right, fine. I just want to make sure that we're not looking to become a permanent landlord and start entering into the private sector rather than just be government.
Yeah, actually, and just to let you know too, I didn't want the general fund to be landlord either, and so I was looking at different mechanisms on how we could actually take this property and put it as one of our like investment portfolios as almost like an asset on our investments, and that's not an allowable use of government code. So,
okay, thank you.
Went through Elizabeth, and she told me no. So,
thank you.
Other questions of staff?
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, Ryan, anytime you can make 14,000 or 14% on any kind of investment, that's really well done. Okay. We'll do that all day long, I think. And that's my opinion anyway. But anyway, no, on the question of the surplus and where it's going to go. In other words, during the COVID year, we borrowed a lot from our actual general fund, I think, and also our reserves. What was our total price tag, basically? Do you have a rough number of what we borrowed from?
So there was money that we used to help the downtown businesses, and so that we got appropriated about $235,000 to help our businesses. That was the propane assistance. That was the Keep It Local gift card program. Some of the parklet and the K-rolls. So that was general fund monies that we used to fund that. We spent about half of that today. And I think in Mr. Lewis's report later, he's going to kind of talk about parklets and using the rest of that money here in this fiscal year. We did have CARES monies. That was in the neighborhood of $200,000 as well. All of those monies have been received and spent already. We do have quite a few COVID-19 FEMA-related expenditures. Those are in the kind of the $300,000 neighborhood area, and I'm still working on an application with FEMA to get reimbursement for those funds.
Well, yeah, my main question was, that we melted down our reserves, I think, down to, 35%, as I remember last?
Correct. Well, that was the budget. That was the plan, that if we were going to spend everything.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is, in my opinion, what are we going to do with this budget surplus? And to me, we should be paying back what we borrowed. And I want to know what that number is.
So we've already paid back everything we borrowed and then some.
You did. So what is our reserves currently at?
So they're right about 25 million, about 50%.
50% again.
50%.
Okay. So you've already done that. That's exactly what I was trying to make sure that we're, we borrow, but we also put back in the bank, so to speak, to keep us whole if we can, much as quick as we can. And then the other thing again is regarding the Union Road. I know that police development impact fees were paid partly for that. And if police doesn't go there, and say, for instance, we put in our corporation yard there at that location, then will police be paid back their revenue that they put in?
Yeah, that's actually one of the recommendations tonight is to pay back those police funds and then use general government funds.
Right, exactly. Okay, all right, that's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions from council? Mr. Gregory?
I have comments. I'll wait till after public.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilwoman Garcia.
Ryan, I think I've asked you this before, but just to clarify and from my thinking is the infrastructure fund, how much did you say that we actually put a percentage that we put for future infrastructure? Do we through our budget cycle?
So no, we currently we do not. We don't have a dedicated funding source for future infrastructure or future facilities replacement. The facility replacement fund that's what I've been talking about today was developed by just one-time monies. We had a surplus a couple of years ago, and we just dedicated some one-time monies to kind of get that fund established, but we never came up with an ongoing funding source.
Right. I think we talked about trying to do that, and then COVID hit, and if things keep going the way they are, which is good, what would the percentage, what do you think would be a good number
Actually, I want to hold that answer for the mid-year report. I want to get a
Okay.
little bit more facts from some of
Solid.
my consultants so I feel confident on giving you an accurate numbers of what we should utilize.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council questions? Okay, we'll open up for public comment. I have no one waiting online. Anyone in the room who'd like to speak, this is your opportunity. Make your way to the microphone. Mr. Guston?
Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. Looking good, but except for the parking, which I've had my say about that. I was against that from the start. But anyway, the other thing, on the positive note, I think a lot of that sales tax increase and the TOT increase can be attributed to our Main Street program and our Chamber of Commerce and their hard work to keep that going.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Trina Marlin, 2314 Ashwood Place. Back again. I'm really confused by one part of the budget. And so I'm going to be very frank, and this will not be very popular with some people in the room. I worked in the recreation department for 8 years. We were overstaffed at that time. We had an opportunity to negotiate a contract with YMCA to take over the recreation requirements of the park, which would be the Centennial Gym and the classes. And 2 individuals were asked to navigate that, negotiate that with YMCA. And originally they were told, YMCA was told, okay, we'll have you take over those 2 areas. And YMCA was more than happy to do that. This is when Shelley Dargatz was there. And then they said, well, if you're going to do that, we also want you to handle the pool, because nobody really wanted to be handling the pool. It's quite an extensive responsibility in the summer. They said, okay. Then they added the third part. Well, if you're going to take the gym and the classes and the pool, you need to also maintain Centennial Park, which is used by the public and by a number of people that have nothing to do with the recreation department. So YMCA dropped out. So now we have, at that point, we had a staff member who took notes from advisory committees. We had a staff member who rented out facilities and alcohol permits. We had myself doing the activity guide, and we had someone at the front desk, 2 people, and I also helped supervise the front desk. But we closed the front desk after I started working there. It was only open 12 to 5. They decided they didn't want to be available 8 to 12. That had to be handled by phone calls. Furthermore, we had a recreation manager and then a librarian who got the role there of managing recreation. And I know Julie's no longer there. She's community services. But the idea that we need more staff, that will let go of 2 part-time people who probably really count on those funds to get a full-time person with pension that goes for a very lengthy time and that is quite lucrative, a much higher salary. My question would be, what in the world will they be doing? I really believe YMCA should take over that recreation area. Facilities and advisory minutes can be done by 1 individual because there are only 4 or 5 commissions that meet once a month. That's not a very overwhelming task. And basically, there's not much else that happens at the recreation department. So I think you should really stop and investigate that request. I feel it's completely bogus and a total waste of money. If anything, I would suggest that you reduce staff and possibly move staff over to City Hall, where there's more than enough space for those things to happen. Facilities can be rented on the phone. And then let YMCA pick that up, because if they're willing to work on weekends, recreation staff is not. They very seldom want to be bothered. I even asked when I started working there, why don't we work recreation hours? Why are we not here on the weekend? Nobody wanted to do it. So we couldn't even open the gym on the weekend. We had to find someone who was a nonprofit willing to open it. That makes no sense to me. We're recreation. We should be there 7 days a week, just like your facility maintenance. So Those are my comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I have no callers lined up online. We're going to close public comment on this item, bring it back to council for conversation and action. Mr. Strong?
I don't have any additional comments, but I think maybe possibly we might get some additional explanations and responses to the public comments.
So would we like to have some information regarding the part-time versus full-time decision?
And possibly also to Barney Schwartz Park and some of those problems.
I don't think that's part of this issue.
It's not part of this issue.
Isn't it?
No.
No? Okay.
Your germane question was the strategy behind the conversion of 2 part-time positions to a full-time.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, of course. So I wanted to clarify that the 2 part-time positions that we are combining into 1 full-time position are currently vacant, so no one will be losing their job. We did share earlier with council that when we did exit interviews for the last 5 part-time staff people that left the city in the last couple of months, without fail, they were all leaving their part-time position for a full-time position. And there was concern that there was not much opportunity to advance in the organization with such a proliferation of part-time positions in the recreation division. Many of you on council will recall that we had the Great Recession. We had a period of time where we were incentivizing people retiring early and leaving the city. And at that time, we lost 50% of our staff. That left us unable to run adult softball. It left us unable to run large events in the community and so forth. So this one request tonight comes nowhere near to restoring what once was in recreation, but at least it will allow us to recruit high-quality staff to provide excellent customer service and to retain those staff. And that's really the motivation behind this request.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gregory?
So for comments, I'd like to start with Second Wind Way. That was on the market for everybody to purchase, Fred. We looked at it and it had some good city uses for us. But I think as stewards of the funds, general funds and the funds of the city, you make these purchases with the good intent and the mission to protect our funding and to provide what we need for public services. And I think, as Mr. Hammond said, 14% return on your money is unbeatable. If we were in the business to try to take it away from the private sector had that opportunity and did not take it. So we did it in the private sector process. So I'm really very happy with that purchase. And I think in the end, it'll all work out. My one little glitch on that, I'll agree with Mr. Hammond, is the use of the hangar, but I think as long as the airport is not funding that, we'll probably have to work that out. So, and then I'm ready to make a motion when everybody else gets their comments in.
Other comments, John?
Yeah, I think Ryan's report is well documented. It's well done, and he's done a great job as far as getting these numbers in front of us. And the picture looks pretty nice, actually. I am a little concerned about, the policy directions that we're using in some of our facilities and location of, I guess you might say, particularly the corporation yard. And that's not really part of this at this point, but that we have an opportunity over there off of Union Road and the property to put it there nicely. And that's why I asked a question about the police department development impact fees being paid in for that property. And again, I think that would be best to pay it back and then have I'm not sure, is it Public Works that handles corporation yard budgets? I would think, yeah. So that kind of department should be stepping up, I think, to look at possibly putting their corporation yard over here on Union Road and drop the airport all entirely for any kind of facility use for corporation or maintenance of our equipment. Too far away, and it just doesn't really fit well. So again, that's a policy question, but as far as the funding and everything, it looks like everything looks pretty well in order. I think Ryan definitely has it tied down nicely, so I'm good.
Anything else further, Fred?
No, actually, I wasn't trying to argue with the whole thing because I think our original purpose was well intended. I just wanted to make sure the purpose hasn't disappeared and maybe this should become a surplus property if it has no future city purpose, that's all.
Or we can talk about that separate from budget.
Well, I know, but it's part of budget.
True.
Because
but a policy issue regarding the use of land probably doesn't have a direct impact on the numbers.
No, but it's the use of the money. And that was the whole idea. Okay. The use of the money, is it for profit or is it for a city purpose? Gotcha. Okay. Other than that, I think the report's excellent.
Thank you.
I have no problem with
Councilwoman Garcia.
I have no comments.
Thank you. Cannot argue with the report, particularly with the income figures. We're obviously pleased by that. And I think that's not so much because the council did such a great job, but because our community did such a great job at weathering this crisis. And one thing that we've learned again is how desirable our area is for visitors. The pent-up desire to get out after the crush of the pandemic brought people here because, well, frankly, their opportunities for travel overseas and more distant places were curtailed. And many people discovered us that didn't know about us before. And if I know anything about marketing, I think that we've expanded our market share in the tourism industry because these people are going to come back. So I'm very pleased with that. Mr. Gregory, you had a motion.
Yes, first, I'd also like to thank Ryan for the report. And I'm going to put a little addendum in there that we'll do this again next year, just to be sure. I'd also like to compliment our community. I think it's the can-do-it attitude for Paso Robles, and this is shining through that we don't give up and we stand behind our businesses and our community. So I'd like to make a motion. We recommend and approve Resolution 21XXX, amending the budget and position listing for fiscal years 2020, 2021, 2022 as presented.
Second. Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Does anyone need a break? Good. Let us continue on. Coming up next, we have item number 12, application of the 1996 Master Property Tax Sharing Agreement to the Paso Robles Gateway Project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you all approved the project originally back in June of 2020. You originally approved the project back in June of 2020. As you may recall, there was a delay in the negotiations regarding the tax exchange. You reinitiated that process in July of this year. During that council meeting, the approved resolution for the reinitiation of the negotiations provided that the city was reinitiating negotiations contingent upon a new tax formula being considered or a methodology. The city has continued to talk with the county. They are undertaking a survey, a study that needs to be done before they can change that methodology. And so at this point, to allow the project to go forward, it can't go forward without this tax resolution. We're bringing this back to you for council consideration of approving the 1996 tax agreement with the original methodology. The city manager has had conversations with the county. They're amenable to talking to us about the application of the new formula once it's devised, but that's a good 12 months out at least. And there is no guarantee that they'll agree to it, but they're not opposed to conversations. But the project wouldn't be able to go forward at this time if we don't adjust our expectations on that. So you have a resolution before you this evening to authorize the negotiations to proceed using the 1996 agreement.
Very good. Questions of staff? Anyone? Thank you. We'll open it up to the public for comment. I have no one standing in line online. Do we have comments? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jamie Jones, and I am here representing the Gateway Project. I would like to say that Mr. Ferlotti and Mr. Noya were planning to be here tonight. Unforeseen circumstances, they are participating remote, so if you have any questions, they should be on the line. So we are here tonight to request that your council adopt the staff recommendation and approve the use of the 1996 Master Property Tax Sharing Agreement for the city's application for annexation of the Gateway Project. And while we realize this is not ideal and the city would have liked to have negotiated a different property tax distribution than that was outlined in the 1996 agreement, it's clear that we're at an impasse and the county isn't going to accept anything, at least right at the moment, other than the 1996 tax agreement. And so we know that this application, it can't set in abeyance while we hope the county will do something different, because the county is not going to do anything different. I think your city manager, current city manager, as well as past city manager, Mr. Fucci, tried the best to negotiate a different agreement with the county. But looking forward, we know that the county is working with the cities to complete a different study to see if there is going to be a different tax distribution policy. So the goal is to continue to put pressure on the county supervisors to accept and acknowledge the request from your city manager to, if and when a different tax formula is adopted by the county and it is advantageous to the city, that the county will revisit the tax negotiation and sharing for this property and this project. So we continue to keep pressure on the county supervisors, and we would expect your city to do that as well. So what we know today is that the Gateway project, it's an important project to the city. It's important on the Vine Street realignment because it will provide contribution for improvements, as well as the offer of dedication to help that important circulation project happen. We will be creating, piggybacking on the Travel Paso conversation, we'll be creating a 5-star destination resort, something that's never been seen in this county. And again, reinforcing the city of Paso Robles' footprint on tourism, and I'd say in the state of California, if not the nation, if not the world. So I think that it will really contribute to it. We have revised, I think this is important, we've revised the application to LAFCO and the July 2021 application to designate the Area 5. This was the area along 46 West that had the opportunity to be residential, that could be jointly used with the resort or be a hotel. We've committed to that being a residential component. And what does that do? That gives a bigger tax increment percentage to your council or to your city, because under commercial you get 0, under the residential you get a 33% tax increment. And the project to build out, even under the 1996 tax agreement, it's bringing in annually, it's estimated, I think it said in the report, $1.7 million annually in today's dollars. What did we see in the early report? The estimation on income and tax at TOT and the sales tax for the tourist uses, they seem to be growing. So we think that those numbers will be even that much bigger. So we're here to, thank your team, thank Mr. Lewis and previous city manager, Mr. Frucci and Warren, everyone for the effort that they put forward into this. But we want to be annexed. We want to be in your city. We want to be working with your team on bringing this project to fruition. So we would respectfully request that you adopt staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak?
Question of Jamie.
Yes, question?
Jamie,
yes.
Can you tell me, other than LAFCO, maybe what your client has done with regard to the board of supervisors trying to plead the city's case and their case as well? Have you done anything in that effort?
So I know that I personally have met with with council members and the board of supervisors to talk through it and provide options. I've provided information to Mr. Horton on committing to the residential, because that residential component was important for the arena numbers. So, and it's kind of a balance, because the application for annexation, it's a city application. So tell me when I can get in the middle and I'll get in the middle, but I didn't want to get in the middle and disrupt the efforts that were going on. So we did participate as much as we could without stepping on toes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else who wants to speak, I will close public comment, bring it back to the council. Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on Jamie's comments. In that meeting with Mr. Horton, by dedicating to the homes, that one portion of it, we get the benefit on the property tax, but also a consideration of funding for helping with the Vine Street Bridge potentially. Nothing was written or given, but Mr. Horton is considering that, and we have the support of Supervisor Bichong on that. So I think in the situation that we're in, We never agreed to the first tax share. And at least we have a study going on for future potential, a better share for annexations. I don't see much improvement. I think we've done what we can, so I'll wait for other comments, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just, again, a little pushy, I guess I might say, with regard to the county, with regard to looking at this issue again, because, yeah, if we do bring this into our city, you know, 1.7 is great. But then again, I look at the other side of the fence about what it's going to cost the people who are here to have that facilities built. In other words, we're going to have to fund it with water, sewer, and police, fire, all those services that happen, you know, when they come within inside the city limit. The difference there between what, you know, we're going to be receiving and what we're going to be putting out is what I was trying to get at. The county, seems to me, still has a disproportionate share of this revenue that would be generated, and they really, you know, they do services like, you know, social services and things like that. But on the other hand, they help us none with roads, police, fire, all that we're going to have to end up paying out to have the facilities put within our city limits. So that's why I was so adamant about trying to get the Board of Supervisors to revisit this issue. And I think it's not only Paso Robles, it's all the cities within our county need to bind together to work on this issue to try to, as future growth happens, which it will, that proportional shares of revenue be distributed properly, I guess you might say, moving forward. Because I'm asking our locals here still to put more sales tax to cover all of our needs, and it's just not the right thing to do. So that was all.
Very good. Anyone else? Mr. Strong?
Yeah, and I fully agree with both of the previous speakers. But occasionally the thief gets away with the loot, so it's a fait accompli, and you take what you have. This is what we have left. I think we have to approve it.
Councilwoman Garcia.
I just wanted to say you know, it is frustrating, and like Mr. Hammond says, I think we've exhausted all our means, and we've tried and tried. Where we can just hope for the future that we can get something changed with the county supervisors. That's all I have, sir.
One question I had regarding this whole, the county is going to be doing a study to, let me see how I can say this diplomatically, to determine the equity of the property tax division between the city and the county, which sounds good. But my suspicious nature says this could work against us as well as work for us. Just because this study is being undertaken doesn't mean that, oh, we'll wind up on a brighter spot at the end of the study. So my question is, if that is in fact not what happens, if we wind up with a county study that says, you know what, you're right, this property tax split isn't fair, we should get more. How's that going to affect this project and going forward with the expenses that are incumbent upon making it happen?
So at that point, we would have an agreement in place, and they would have to come back to us and ask us to renegotiate.
Okay, so they can't make that retroactive.
No.
Small comfort. And I want the council to know that this conversation has been presented to the other mayors. And my impression is the other mayors do not feel a sense of urgency as we do. And perhaps that's because other cities at this point in their histories are not aggressively looking at annexations, not looking at the same type of issues that we are. So for them, it's not as burning an issue as it is for us. So just realistically, I think unless something changes on the landscape out there, I don't think we're going to see a parade of cities demanding a reevaluation of property tax splits across the county. So, Mr. Gregory.
We are Paso Robles, so we're a little different.
There you go.
Before I make the motion, I'd like to say thank you, Jamie, to you and your staff and the Forlotti family for this project and bringing it to our city. I think it'll be a great benefit for all the way around for our city, and I will deal with the taxation differently. At this point, I'd like to approve that we make a motion that we approve Resolution 21XXX, authorizing the annexation to proceed using the 1996 Master Property Tax Sharing Agreement.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. There's no further discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
No.
Mayor Martin? Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Councilman Hammond dissenting. Thank you very much. Item number 13, Lucky 13, second annual status report on the implementation of Ordinance 1082, regulating short-term rentals in all zoning districts.
Mr. Martin, I'm going to recuse myself on the subject.
Thank you.
That's the same with Hammond.
Okay, so we have two recusals on this issue. Councilman Hammond and Councilman Gregory will be leaving the room during this discussion. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. So tonight, this is our second annual update on the implementation of the short-term rental ordinance that was adopted by the City Council in 1999. So just start with a couple quick terms here. So short-term rentals, also commonly referred to are vacation rentals. Basically, it's a rental of a residential unit to some sort of tourism use for a period of less than 30 days. Anything over 30 days is just considered rental of housing, and it's not covered under this ordinance. There's two types of short-term rentals. There's the home share. The home share is where the owner continues to be on the site, and basically one of the rooms is rented out to a tourist for lodging purposes. And then the other type, which is more popular, is the non-hosted accommodation where the owner's not on site. That's basically the entire property is rented. It's basically the vacation house rental model. We have what we call transient occupancy taxes. Those are the taxes that are charged by the city for lodging facilities. Those apply to hotels, motels, bed and breakfast, RV parks, and now they also apply to short-term rentals. Obviously, that was a major discussion in the finance package that you were presented earlier. And as I mentioned, anything over 30 days, those are apartments or houses that are for rent aren't covered. So just a little bit of history on this. To get to approval of this ordinance in July of 2019, we actually had two different short-term rental task force that were assembled to work with staff and the Planning Commission to assemble this recommendation to City Council. There was a number of City Council hearings on this to get to a final decision. In all, we had 35 different public meetings to get to this ordinance. So there was a tremendous amount of input and negotiations that went into achieving this ordinance. One of the points of the ordinance, because there was so much public input and discussion about it, is this ordinance has what's called a sunset date. So it automatically expires in 3 years. So that sunset date is next summer, August of 2022. So that's one of the things to keep in mind as we're moving forward with this. So the key points on the ordinance were that we capped the number of short-term rentals in the R1, which is the single-family district, at a total of 75 permits. By the time we had adopted the ordinance, however, we had already issued business licenses to more than 75 R1 permits. So those were all grandfathered in. So currently we have more than 75 because of that provision. The idea is those will be removed by attrition over time, which is starting to occur. The ordinance also set parking and occupancy limits on short-term rentals. That's to ensure neighborhood compatibility to the greatest extent possible. And also in the single-family zones, there's a requirement that they have to be at least 100 feet apart. But that did not apply to the grandfathered unit. So there are some currently that are closer, but any future ones have to comply with that rule. The council also set the total number of short-term rentals, the non-hosted type, throughout the city at a total of 325, and we are currently at that cap. The home shares aren't subject to the cap. So a couple statistics here. This will just kind of give you the total numbers of permits that you have. So within the R1 for the non-hosted, we have a total of 110. That's over the limit, but I think about 15 of those have been reduced over the last 2 years. So they'll continue to reduce down to 75 before we would consider issuing any more new ones in the R1. There's 59 hosted R1 permits. All the other zones, which typically are kind of what we refer to as the T zones in the downtown zone, that's where actually the majority of the short-term rentals are. There's 215 non-hosted. So right now we have a total of 325 non-hosted, and then the exempt hosted ones number 73 for a total of 398 lodging properties in the city under the short-term ordinance. So as I mentioned, we set the cap at 75. When the grandfathered units were issued, there was 125. We're now down to 110 in the R1 zone. We are holding a wait list. So now that we're over 325, we're just adding people to a waiting list. And as permits become available, it's basically first come, first serve on the waiting list. So there's 16 in the R1 waiting list and 7 in the other zones. This map is the distribution of the short-term rentals. So this black line is US 101 and the river. So this is the west side, kind of the historic downtown core. That's where the vast majority of the short-term rentals are. The yellow areas are the single-family areas where we have the cap at 75. And then as you look off to the east side of town, the more traditional single-family, we have far fewer short-term rentals in that location. On the city website, we have a dashboard that is regularly updated that shows the distribution of all the short-term rentals. It also tracks those that are compliant as well as those that we consider to be out of compliance that are subject to some sort of kind of compliance action. So this is updated monthly as we get reports from host compliance. So host compliance is our contract service. They monitor all the short-term rentals, so they're constantly scrubbing all the different websites that are available for renting short-term rentals and notifying us when there are potential out of compliance properties. They have a process working with staff to issue letters to bring those into compliance. It seems like we're running about 82% compliance rate, which is a little bit better. So over the last 2 years, our compliance rate has slowly improved. They also provide our 24-hour hotline service. So if there's complaints on short-term rentals, those go through host compliance that automatically notifies the agents or owners of the short-term rentals, and then that starts the process for compliance where there's certain time frames that they have to resolve those complaints by and then report back in. So this is basically our compliance monitoring. So like I said, we're about 82% compliant rate. There's another 18% that are either non-compliant or undetermined. We're not sure if they're actually within the city limits or not. So these 18% here, those are the ones that are being monitored by host compliance and staff. The goal is to try to get this number as low as possible. Like I said, it's continued to improve, but it's improving slowly over time. In terms of the complaint hotline, this is the number of calls that we've received basically on a weekly basis over the summer. So the high would be like 5 calls in a weekend. Some weekends we're just down to 1. It seems like we're averaging about 3 calls per week. And typically those are Friday and Saturday nights. And then those go through the compliance process. They typically, most of the calls actually have involved just a few properties in town. So that means that the vast majority of all the properties aren't generating calls. Certain ones of these properties, there's certain issues unique to those sites that seem to keep generating the calls. The total number of calls is not just the complaint calls, that's all the follow-up calls, the calls with the agents, the reporting process. So that's not total complaints. They just track every time there's any communication on the site, including staff calling in with inquiries. But for what the process is, it's automated. It seems like it's working as well as could be expected. So the options tonight, you have three options. One is to take no action. Your second option would be to direct staff and the city attorney to begin the process of extending the ordinance past the sunset date. If we don't extend the ordinance, we'll go back to the condition we had before we adopted the ordinance, where there are no limits, there are no enforcements, there's no hotlines. So we would lose all that, and then we would basically have to make a decision about whether we would take action basically to try to prevent any short-term rentals from occurring in town, which could be very labor intensive. And then the TOT collections would also go away. And then your third option would be to recommend different action to staff. So staff is recommending that we start the extension process. We'd like to get that going as soon as possible so everybody in the community knows what the outcome is before we get too close to the deadline. And then also to work with host compliance to continue to work on increasing the compliance efforts with additional letters and more outreach, try to maximize the amount of compliance we can achieve. That'll conclude staff's report. We have Katie Bannister and Lori Wilson. They're the two planners that basically do all the implementation of this ordinance. So they're on the line. So if there's any calls, they may, or any questions, they may answer those since they have the most technical knowledge.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Mr. Strong?
Yes, a couple. On the waiting list for R1, I assume that nobody can be activated from that waiting list until we get below that 75 or 85 number?
That is correct.
Okay. Number two, do we have anything in this ordinance or in any of our ordinances that would say that they lose their permit if they don't pay their TOT?
Yeah, within this ordinance, there's a number of penalties that could result in revocation of your permit, and failure to pay TOT is one of them.
All right. Now, one of the things is we're discovering people who haven't been paying it. Are they required to pay back TOT then when we finally discover them, or is it just going forward? And is there any penalty for having not paid it up until that point?
Right now, once we get compliance, we're just seeking them to pay going forward. We're not actively seeking, I guess, restitution, but that's a policy call.
And I would like to see that included in a continuing resolution on this ordinance, something along that line. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia?
My only question is when we look at the map, that you have, where we have all the short-term rentals. Has there been a discussion with the school districts? Is there like a map that the school and the city have kind of looked to see how many short-term rentals, like an overlay of short-term rentals around schools? Has the school contacted you?
No, we really haven't had any communications with the school district about this ordinance. They haven't expressed any concerns. We do know the location of all the school sites, so it is something that we could easily identify if there was a need to.
Well, the reason I asked Warren is because I've been getting calls from the school saying that there's low attendance at certain elementary schools, and that they might have to close down an elementary school. And so I just wanted to see if there's something affecting it. We're trying to find out the solution, and they're putting a committee together. And so I wanted to I asked their committee if they've reached out to the city and to see if there is an overlay of a map that why is there no attendance at these elementary schools.
So we could definitely provide that sort of mapping. So if the school district contacted us with what boundaries they wanted mapped, we can definitely do that.
Okay. And then I had the same concern about the penalties. I know that we talked about setting certain penalties for compliance issues. And so I just wanted to see if we had a number of how much or if any revenue has come back for penalties. Have we actually sent out penalties, and has money come back or anything like that?
No, not yet. I think we really started about 9 months ago with the active notification. It started out with a first courtesy letter, and we got pretty good response to that. Part of the problem is as certain properties become compliant, new ones pop up. I think we're now on the second round of compliance letters. The third letter typically is where we get into a penalty phase, and I think that's what we're getting ready to move into.
So basically, a lot of them, when you send them the first letter, they're complying.
We had really good responses at first, and that's why I think we finally maxed out the 325, is there was a number that were non-compliant that did become compliant that helped drive us up, but now we're to a point where there are no additional permits, so the compliance efforts are basically, we'll have to shut people down that are trying to rent, and that's where it becomes probably a little bit more onerous.
So now that we're into year 3, is this correct? Or is this year 2?
This is the beginning of the third year right now.
Beginning of the third year. So we're feeling, the staff is feeling more comfortable. Basically, all the first steps have been done, and they're feeling more comfortable with the actual steps of the compliance and of getting more. I just want to know how the host compliance also is help. I saw the report of how they're helping us, and I when I went to the League of Cities, there was other cities that were using this, and I think I was in one of the meetings where there was a group there that was speaking of this, and I'm all for the host compliance. I like seeing the numbers, I like getting the data, and I really appreciate that. What I'm trying to get at is if we extend, then I just want to know from staff how much time they would need, or how comfortable they are, and so that I can make a judgment of the extension period, is what I'm trying to get at.
So the first 2 years, there was a lot of staff time trying to get all the grandfathered permits converted into standing permits. So most of the hard work is done now. Right. I think now it's just more of a management kind of operation. I would guess that the two planners between them spend about 10% of their time implementing the ordinance. About half of that is probably tracking complaints, both the weekend call complaints as well as the compliance letters. We do collect money for these permits, as well as the TOT. So I think the program's definitely covering the costs, and at this point, it's very manageable. I think that's one of the recommendations why we'd like to continue it, because starting over with a new program would even require more staff resources.
Right, and so that's what I was getting at, is the staff recommending, now that, like you said, the hard work is past. I'm just trying to figure out what many years we can get. I mean, we got a great report, and it's only been a short time that the host compliance has given us this information. So I would like to put something that where we get a report every year, or every, I know, probably mid-year or every year. I would also like to put something like that where we keep getting updates on this as well.
Okay. And we do get monthly reports. So the first every month they give us a report. And I think we could provide that information to the council very easily.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for now, sir.
So Warren, obviously a lot of public conversation about this issue before we finally got to the situation we are right now with our short-term rental ordinance and the sunset scenario. And basically we tried to address people's concerns with two different strategies. One was to cap the number of short-term rentals, and that seems to be working, and the attrition philosophy seems to be working, so that we can reasonably expect that in the not too distant future, we will be at our caps, and the only way that anybody's going to get a new STR is if a property changes hands, or it basically comes off the list. So that's good news. The other thing we said was we're going to put in rules to protect the nature of people's neighborhoods. Good neighbor policies, the telephone line to report complaints, and we have a tier of punishments. You know, if you don't comply, there are about 3 levels of punishment, ultimately resulting in you having your STR permit revoked. You said that's gone as well as can be expected, and yet I know that we've all received emails from people saying, I have an STR neighbor. I and my neighbors have filed multiple complaints about them. It doesn't seem that anything is being done about this. Are we really doing all we can? Are we really achieving the type level of compliance that we want to preserve neighborhoods through this system of restraint?
Yeah, so most of the complaints we've investigated, every once in a while you'll get too many people in a noisy party that's clearly not allowed. And we've had pretty good response from the owners and operators to prevent that from continuing to occur. Most of these responses or calls that are kind of systemic, I guess, we found those are related to swimming pools. Outdoor swimming pools, use in the day, tend to be fairly noisy, but that's not beyond what's allowed in our noise ordinance. So one of the decisions was whether we were going to have special noise restrictions for short-term rentals, or were they going to be under the same noise restrictions as any other R1 property. So the decision was no special rules. So using a pool outdoors does generate noise, but that's well within the noise ordinance requirement. So I think a lot of these complaints that we see over time and that we've heard about regularly all go back to the use of swimming pools during the day, which is not a violation of any rule, but it potentially, you know, could be disturbing to the neighbor, and I think that's what we're dealing with.
So I'm just wondering, reasonable expectation, if I have a neighbor who has a swimming pool, and their home is not being used as an STR, but they have loud pool parties every night, what's my recourse then?
Well, the question is, so it depends what time of the day. So we have 3 levels of noise allowance. So during the midday is your highest allowance, which is about the 70 to 75 decibels, which is fairly loud. You know, that's like 101 kind of noise. I think it's like about 6 to 9 or 7 to 10, it drops down below the 70 threshold. So that's where it's got to be, you can't be screaming, but you can hear it. It can be audible. After 10 p.m., it's pretty much the quiet zone. I believe most of the pool complaints that we're getting aren't in the evening or at night. They're just middle day complaints. So if they were being noisy, having a pool party in the evening or at night, that would be an enforceable violation. But during the middle of the day, it's not.
Thank you. Any other questions, staff? Very good. We'll open it now for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to comment first? Welcome.
Mayor Martin, members of council, Stacy Jacob on behalf of Travel Paso, just wanted to encourage you to adopt staff's recommendation to continue with this ordinance. We feel that with the public comments that have been, or the public outreach initially in putting this ordinance together, it keeps that unique mix of lodging properties, which we believe is very important to the overall ecosystem of tourism in Paso Robles. The data was shared with you earlier on the importance of short-term rentals. So I want to continue letting this ordinance work. And so on behalf of Travel Paso, we encourage you to move forward with staff's recommendation tonight.
Thank you. Mr.
Question. Stacy? Do you think the number that we have approved is appropriate, or?
I honestly don't have, I would want to work with staff to understand the waiting list and how many was on there and how fast we move through that list essentially. As we know, there's been a lot of change. I mean, I was looking at the mix of out-of-town owners versus local owners, and you know, I think the perception is they're all out-of-town owners, and they're not necessarily. So, you know, I think that people are looking at this as an additional revenue stream, and this is an important part of lodging in terms of the way people like to come and experience our community.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to the phone lines now. First up, I have Dustin Rylick. Dustin, you're with us?
Hello, Dustin Rylick of Deckard Technologies. Thank you very much, Warren, for a great staff report. We're a competitor to Host Compliance. Several of you met me at League of Cities recently. Councilman Strong, you and I have known each other close to a decade. I know that I had a conversation with you, Council Member Garcia, as well. We're a little different in that what we do is we look at forward-looking data. We look at calendars, 7 million calendars that we data mine on a daily basis in America. What that allows us to do is actually find all of your short-term vacation rentals. We presently show 695 active live short-term rental listings in the city of Paso Robles, and that accounts for about 500 short-term rental properties. Now, of that, 76 of them I show as hosted properties, which is very close to what your staff has in the way of 73. The others are all non-hosted properties. So some have permits, some do not. So that might be another 100 properties that are going under the radar that we can help to find. Now, with that being said, there's $12.5 million in revenue that these hosts have actually raked in over the last 12 months. And at a 10% TOT rate, you're looking at $1.25 million a year coming to City of Paso Robles. So overall, what we've done is we've taken over agreements from Host Compliance in the past. A perfect example is Placer County, where their compliance was in the 60 percentile. We took over their contract November of 2020. They're now over 90% compliant. They went from 3,011 to 4,700 short-term rentals that we identified and helped them to get into compliance. City of La Quinta, they're at 99% compliance now. They previously had lodging revs, Harmari, and Host Compliance. And over 5 years, they were only at 75% compliance. We came in and we got them to 99%. The reason we can do that is that we look at those forward-looking calendars on a daily basis. We know about every single stay before it happens, 3 months in advance before it happens. We have the calendar information. We have the daily rate that was booked at time of booking so that we can actually get all of the TOT that's due so that then we can actually be able to take care of Stacy's organization with Travel Paso and be able to talk about tourism more. I'm actually a local family-owned property there out at Lake Nacimiento. I love the Paso area. Spend a lot of time there, as you know, Councilman Strong. We've had many conversations about it. I hope that I have the opportunity to work with your staff to give them a demo, do a demo for Katie and Lori and Warren and show them what the difference is with Deckard Technologies. My entire team came from Qualcomm, which they tracked self-driving cars and brought down 5 terabytes of petabytes of info daily. We store all this long-term data forever for you. And for you, Councilman Strong, yes, you can go back 3 years in back tax on TOT, and our TOT portal allows you to do that. So,
sir, that's 3 minutes, sir. Could you summarize, please?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. So we do have all the services that Host Compliance offers, including the hotline, the TOT portal, a permit portal, and I hope that you can direct staff to work with our company as a league partner for over a decade. I would love the opportunity to work with City of Paso Robles. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Beth Burke. Beth, are you with us?
I am. Thank you all. Beth Burke, 1527 Park Street. I work for Paso Robles Vacation Rentals. I have to admit, I did not expect to be following a sales call to the City Council. That's new to me. We at Paso Robles Vacation Rentals, I have a few specific points that I want to start with. We're very focused as a short-term rental management company on being good neighbors in the community and remaining in compliance with the ordinance. I believe extending the existing ordinance is the way to move forward. It's, for the most part, effectively serving the purposes that you all have in mind. We have increased staffing to cover hotline calls. And by the way, we provide employment overall for almost 40 individuals in the area.
We do late night sweeps, drive-bys of our properties that may be in sensitive areas to ensure compliance. And we're very overt with guests before arrival about the requirements regarding noise and parking. The vast majority of guests are very respectful of neighborhood needs. We do have one property that seems to have been targeted for neighbor complaints, leading to some confused guests wondering why we felt the need to come and talk with them because there's nothing going on when we get there a few minutes after the complaint. We have had a very few encounters where guests actually needed to quiet down and be more considerate, but much more frequently we come upon a quiet home when we're responding. While complaints are real, the basis for a complaint is subjective, and we really appreciate the city distinguishing between complaints and violations. I have a couple of specific questions. Warren brought this up, page 120 of the agenda packet. The list is called complaints by address, and yet the numbers include the return phone calls from homeowners and managers closing the loop. So it appears the actual number of complaints is less than half of the numbers in that chart, if I'm understanding. Could you please clarify? Because if we're going to publish a list called complaints by address, it's a little misleading at first glance, those numbers on that chart. So if we could get an accurate list, that would be terrific. And then I wanted to ask clarification, the TOT figures that you report, do they reflect the total 13.5% tax or the 10% paid to the general fund? We represent about 20% of the homes in Paso, and yet we paid 40 to almost 55% of the TOT, depending on which figure you're using. We hope host compliance will make further progress in enforcing permit and license compliance, as short-term rentals provide a significant source of revenue to the city.
Okay, that's 3 minutes. Anything else?
This was also, well, I just want to wrap up. Stacy mentioned it's 66% of short-term rental owners are locals. That's a different version of neighbor. And we are glad those neighbors are welcome in the community and contribute to the community in such a significant way. All right, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Is Annette Dragavon on the line? Okay. I don't see anyone else lined up online to speak. And we've already had public comment from the chamber here. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Couple of questions. Warren, if you could fill in, please, the clarification on list of complaints by address. And then I don't know if it's you or someone else who can comment on the actual amount of money that's collected TOT-wise.
Yeah, so in terms of the complaint calls, that what we put in there, these are our total number of calls. Those aren't numbers of complaints. So as the caller said, this includes all the callbacks and kind of management of a complaint. So this number is just all calls. That's the information we have. I don't know if we actually track it by just the complaint. We could break that out, but we didn't put that in.
Okay, so, one or both of two actions then, one either tracking actual number of complaints versus total phone calls or relabeling the chart.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, and then the percentage of TOT charged to STRs, 10% or 13.5%?
I don't know if
so, Mr. Mayor, this is
yes.
Mr. Mayor, Ryan Cornell, Admin Services Director here. So the TOT figures that I presented to City Council only includes the 10%. The additional 3.5% is actually either the SLO County's tourism revenue or Travel Paso's revenue. That's not the city's revenue.
So short-term rentals, I just want to make sure I understand, short-term rentals do not assess themselves the additional money that our Travel Paso members assess themselves, nor do they pay the county assessment. I'm
sorry.
It's a straight 10% TOT for STRs. Stacy, you want to?
Short-term rentals actually pay 13. Okay, good.
Yeah, hang on a second, Ryan. I got Stacy.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think what Ryan's trying to say is with the numbers he reported has the 10% TOT, which is the city's dollars.
Right.
The additional 3.5%, 1.5 of that goes to SLO Cal. That is the SLO Cal dollars, and the 2% goes to Travel Paso. So yes, short-term rentals are assessed that total 13.5, but that breakout goes accordingly.
Okay, thank you. So it is the 13.5, not just 10%. See, It's so easy to get confused. I think that answers the questions. Council comments? Mr. Strong, you want to start?
Well, yeah, number one, we've got a growing population. We've got a growing number of units, especially with our new applications that are in right now. I'm wondering if these figures shouldn't necessarily be hard and fast figures. Maybe they should be a percentage of total units available. And maybe just for consideration of that possibility, we might get an analysis of what the percentage figures are in our R1 and the total city of vacation rentals that we have a record of versus the total units available. And then we heard from this one person that we actually have about 600 that they know of. That seems way more than we're reporting. And maybe we do have a bunch of pirates out there that we don't know about.
Well, that's possible. Forgive me for being flip, but we got everything but the Ginsu knives on that phone call, okay? So, I mean, if I were a high-pressure salesperson, I'd be telling you exactly what you want to hear, and you want to hear that there's a lot of unreported revenue out there. And we can spend a lot of time and money figuring out whether that's in fact the case, and it's not the type of information that I want to base an action on tonight, just my opinion.
No, I'm not saying base an action on now, but I'm saying let's investigate it, find out if it's true.
And I think through what we've done to date, we are actually doing that. What we heard here tonight was we can do it better than the person you've got. And if we want to send in an RFP and entertain sales calls, that's fine. But I don't think it's necessary to.
No, and that's not what I was saying. I'm looking at, do we want to make any amendments to the existing ordinance going forward?
Yeah, no, and I think that's certainly a salient subject.
And that's why I want as much information as I can get in order to make an informed decision as to, are there any amendments that might be appropriate?
Gotcha.
That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. So I'm just nervous about, I definitely want to extend the ordinance. I'm just nervous about how long. I would like to discuss that. And also discuss if there's any amendments that we need to with the information that we have tonight. I really like the report. I'm glad that we're doing this. I'm just nervous for the R1. Is my, I keep getting comments from the community that we're lacking housing, and I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can for our R1 zoning. Is my thing. So
anything else?
No.
So I go back to the two things that we finally came to address this situation after all the public input. There was a protracted discussion about how many STRs should be allowed in the community. Everything from, hey, it's free marketplace, let her rip, to tell everybody to close down. And we discussed the entire gamut. And the compromise we came up with were the cap limits that we put in place. What I hear tonight is, at least at those limits, we are approaching success, that we are performing on what we said we would do. Now, you'll always find folks that say, well, 325 are too many or 325 few, but the fact of the matter is we set that course, and as we approach the sunset date, we seem to be performing on that. The second was trying, even in neighborhoods where STRs are being allowed, to preserve the neighborhood atmosphere to the greatest extent possible. We put in place good neighbor policies. We put in place penalties if there was non-compliance. That appears to be happening. Probably could always be improved, but it appears to be happening. The argument that we could be missing millions of dollars in revenue because there are all of these short-term rental units that we don't know about is moot, because we have set these caps. If we've set a cap of 325 STRs, then our job from this point forward should be to enforce that cap. We have actually given sort of a grace period for the last year, saying if you're operating an STR, you need to come forward, you need to, because we grandfathered a lot of people in who were already operating. for those who chose not to, I think they forfeited that grace period. I think going forward, if we're going to make a policy change, I wouldn't charge somebody money when I found out that they were operating illegally and then let them continue operating, because they've had their grace period. If you're operating illegally now, I say the equivalent of red tag. You don't do STR on this property anymore, because we've reached our cap. You had your opportunity to grandfather, and we're just not going to do that anymore. So as we go forward, I think addressing the concerns that Councilwoman Garcia has brought up is that we need to continue the caps that we've established through a great public input process. We need to double down our efforts to enforce the good neighbor policies and make sure that our neighborhoods are placated to the greatest extent possible. And we need to make sure that the pool of STRs does not expand. The last point is, I agree, I think probably as we look forward, we might want to, instead of just making this go forever, do another 3 years and keep working on this and keep, by attrition, moving the total number of STRs down, increasing the compliance with the good neighbor policies, and going after folks that are operating illegally. It's an ongoing maintenance problem, and I think that's the best way to address everybody's needs. Fred.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. The thing is, I'm trying to look at something that can go forward without having a time limit. What can we do that might fit going forward, period? That's why I was asking for the percentages. And there are people out there who, no matter where they go on vacation, don't want to stay in a hotel. They want to stay in some place that's more like home, but in the environment that they want to enjoy, such as Paso Robles and all the things it has to offer. So there's that percentage. So a percentage of how many STRs have compared with how many total hotel rooms might be an appropriate percentage to know and possibly to use going forward. The other thing that might be used is the percentage of how many buildings or structures of that type are in that zoning going forward that might be appropriate. So that it's not necessarily just a hard and fast figure forever. This is how it's going to be, even if we become a city of 70,000 people, for instance, just as an example. Okay? The other thing is that going forward, I would really like to shut down those that are the bad actors. But I don't consider the fact that as we go forward, our zonings change, our general plan changes. What is R1 today, such as Vine Street was 30 years ago, all of a sudden becomes office instead and becomes eligible for STRs without that same cap on it. So these are things I think you somehow have to consider if you're going to make a long-term type ordinance.
Right.
And there's got to be ways how staff can somehow figure out alternatives that we might look at in that regard.
And it's a logical argument, and I understand the motivation and the goal you're trying to get to there, Fred. What I'm not comfortable with is second guessing what might happen in the future and anticipating a strategy to deal with that now, because I'm not real good at predicting the future.
Well, no, but that's why I'm saying the percentage, maybe percentage isn't the way to do it. They might have a better idea than that. But what I'm thinking of is these figures will hold for now.
Yeah. So,
but if we have drastic changes in the future, they won't be appropriate. And do we want to really have to come back and rehear this and go through this whole thing every 2 or 3 years?
And that resonates with me. But again, I would rather, in going forward into the future and future councils, having the effect on STRs be one of the issues that they have to consider when they're rezoning properties instead of saying either creating a prohibition or an incentive now for that change in the future, say before that change can happen, let's take everything into account. Let's talk about the ramifications of changing the zoning of this property. Well, you realize, of course, when you change that property zoning, now it falls under STR capable development. That becomes a consequence of that conversation.
That's correct.
Instead of saying, no, we're going to try to deal with that eventuality now in case that property should change in the future. I'm just uncomfortable.
No. And I think maybe you're putting you're reversing the horse in the cart. okay? That's not what I'm trying to do, is how do we accommodate STRs, but rather to accommodate the future, whatever happens. But look at, if we want tourism, what do the tourists want? Because we want them to be here and be comfortable. And we don't want to keep them out if they will only come under certain circumstances. So I think those are things that have to be somehow considered.
Again,
and also keep enforcing the laws so that the residential areas are not severely adversely impacted.
Exactly.
It's a combination factor.
Right.
Yeah. So
but you look at all of it. You don't just look at little pieces of it.
So the relative benefits and impacts of tourism on the city and our neighborhoods was a core issue being discussed in public input. And we had people in this room say, we're residents. Don't we get some precedence here in what we want? Yes. And so I thought it was a very detailed, prolonged, involved, deep discussion on the relative benefits and impacts of tourism on our neighborhoods. And this is the compromise we came to say, no, tourism doesn't get the whole loaf. And no, residents don't get the whole loaf either. And the way we split that baby was the cap on STRs, not a relative cap saying if we grow to 70,000, those will grow too, but it was a cap on STRs, and it was a process to enforce good neighbor policies to maintain to the greatest extent possible the livability of our neighborhoods. That's what I want to preserve. I'm willing to fluctuate. I toss the 3-year out again. I'm willing to discuss that. And I understand the logic of the argument you're making. I just have to disagree with it.
Well, can you agree with getting some information from staff if they have regarding percentages and what we have and what we don't have?
Are you talking about undetected STRs?
Well, not only no.
A report.
How many hotel rooms do we have versus how many STRs we have, and what's the ratio? How many units do we have in R1 versus how many total units do we have in R1? And what's that ratio? It's just for the possibility of moving more in that direction for the future. That doesn't mean we're going to do it. It means it's information. It's just knowledge. That's
always in favor of knowledge and information. I'm thinking that probably with our staff, we have other projects that would require their time to be more profitable and more useful than just for the ducks, find out what these ratios are.
Well, then why even go forward with it if we can't do it knowledgeably?
I think we are doing it knowledgeably.
Then we're going to disagree.
Okay, I'm happy to disagree. I bear you no ill will. So my recommendation would be that we authorize alternative B, but I think that, again, we need to emphasize that illegal STRs, we will make every effort to locate and detect those, and when detected, they will cease doing business as STRs. And also we need to continue to aggressively enforce our good neighbor policies, our complaint system, et cetera, to make sure the neighborhoods that are affected by STRs in the city of Paso Robles are able to the greatest extent possible retain their quality of life. And believe me, I understand all the ramifications and all the potentials that Councilman Strong is putting forward. I'm just saying I think that they go too far into the what ifs for me right now. I think that as we move forward, these issues are going to be driven by sometimes things that we know about now, sometimes things that we don't see right now. And we could actually make matters worse by saying, let's fix a problem in the future that may happen, instead of saying, let's deal with that when it comes down.
That's not what I said.
I apologize if I misunderstood you, and I give you another opportunity to express yourself.
Now, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying do it. I'm saying have some information so that we can understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. That's all. I just want information. And if they're going to initiate a process, they ought to be doing it on an informed basis. I think they have all these facts. It's just a matter of we're using a calculator.
Okay, so I will take all the time we need to resolve this. Give me the information that you think we should have. Well, what information should we be gathering?
Well, I think we know how many hotel rooms we have.
Okay, so we don't have to gather that.
Okay. I think we know how many STRs we have. I think all we have to do now is use a calculator and figure out what the ratios are.
Oh, well, I can do that right now.
Okay? But I'd like to see it in a report, that's all. And the same thing with total residential units, or total units in the R1 versus STRs in the R1, total units in the city versus total units that are STRs.
Warren, can you put that together for Councilman Strong?
Yes.
Stacy has it.
Well, just a sec. Warren?
We can assemble that information when we come back.
Thank you. Stacy, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to add what he actually did.
Up here, please.
To address Councilmember Strong's questions, the TOT is now broken out by hotels, RV parks, and short-term rentals. So in current fiscal year, there is 1,434 hotel rooms, there's 405 short-term rentals, and 525 RV park slots, essentially, that are being assessed. So to address that question, it's information that we receive on a regular basis.
So those are the current ratios working in the city.
Correct.
All right, and that's the thing. So I'd like to, I hear the figures, but I'd like to see them in the report so that they can be looked at and possibly woven in if necessary and if we have a majority that wants to do so. But I think what you were saying is you're in favor of option 2, which is the only option I see down here.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm looking.
Which includes A and B.
Hang on. Got to refresh my screen.
Well, because it includes both the extension and continuing working. You're not eliminating the extension, right?
No.
Okay. And I have no problem with that. All the things I was addressing was the staff report that comes along with their work to get this going.
Yes, we presented 3 options, options 1, 2, and 3, and then in the recommendation, option 2 has a A-B component.
Right, so that's what I meant, was option 2. But again, the addition I would make to that motion is that as we continue with efforts to identify pirate STRs, that they discontinue doing business.
Correct.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
So do I have a motion to that effect?
Also move.
So I'm in favor of, for discussion, sir.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of if we're going to put the 3 years in, are we going to put that in now, or what are we going to?
Maker of the motion has to decide.
That will be one of the recommendations from staff when they restart the whole process, because that's exactly what option 2 is. To prepare an ordinance beyond its August 16th, 22 sunset date. Okay? But that is going to have options just like this, is it not, Warren? So one of those options will be a termination date.
Yeah, we can present it with an additional sunset date and without a sunset date.
Yeah,
so
that
that
doesn't need to be part of the
So
motion.
it'll be an option on the action in the rest.
In the staff report.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's something, I mean, it's little can kicking going on here. We'll have to make that decision ultimately.
Exactly.
Well, just for clarification, is council's desire that we bring back an extension with, you mentioned 3 years. So a 3-year extension with another sunset clause, a permanent ordinance that would not require a sunset clause, and is there anything else that you would like to see?
And I don't want the permanent ordinance necessarily. I want options for a permanent ordinance. Okay.
I guess I need clarification on what that means then, because we're bringing one option that has a sunset clause, and then we would bring another option that would be a permanent ordinance. So you would get both options and be able to choose between those two.
All right. I'd like to give staff a little bit of leeway so that they can come up with some alternatives for us that they're comfortable with.
Okay,
because they're the planners. They have to look ahead to the future too. And I don't want to tie their hands so that they're tied with something that they can't necessarily live with as they go forward.
I'm just unclear
on what.
The alternatives seem pretty clear to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what latitude staff needs here. What give me an example of how their hands would be tied. Well, what could they not do?
Well, if you have them do a ordinance that is definitely going to have a sunset date of 3 years as the only option, okay? Then everything goes out the window again in 3 years.
Right.
Theoretically, depending on who sits on this council.
Right.
I don't necessarily want that to be the only option out. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
So, please restate your motion.
Okay. Direct staff to prepare an extension of Ordinance 1082 beyond its August 16th, 2022 sunset date, and direct staff to continue working with host compliance and increase, I think it's to increase Ordinance 1082 compliance monitoring and sending letters to notify properties who are not in compliance. This includes properties that have not applied for a permit, as well as those who may be advertising their permitted listing for an incorrect occupancy than what the ordinance allows. And you had an amendment on that you wanted?
I just want to see that STRs that are identified now as being illegal get stopped.
And add that language. And terminate illegal occupancies with no permits. And no permits to be issued to them in lieu of. Okay. Is that sufficient now? Is that clear? Elizabeth, is that clear?
I believe it's clear. I'm going to repeat it just so I understand what you're saying. So the ordinance, you're directing staff to do what's in options A and B, but you also want to ensure that we're taking all the steps necessary to eradicate any illegal operators, whatever that takes. Is that correct?
And not give them any permits going forward.
Well, we wouldn't be able to do that based upon the ordinance anyway,
Right.
because of the numbers. Well, we're at our limit and
Okay.
we're reducing. So that's not an option for us based upon the
All right.
current ordinance. What we're talking about is ensuring
terminate.
in compliance, which we can work on that.
Right. And the last point that we've talked about, but I'm not sure whether it's in or not, is the option of another sunset, or you want to make this permanent.
Oh, no. I'm leaving that to staff to give us options that they're comfortable with.
So I think
Whether
we're
it's
going to bring
1 year,
you,
3 years.
I think we're going to bring you alternatives at the next
Yeah.
meeting when we bring it back. One option will
Thank you.
be
That's all I need.
one with a time frame. One option will be without.
With alternatives, okay. Maria, are you good with that?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay, motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Should we talk some more?
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 3-0.
Let's bring the rest in.
Can we retrieve our wayward council people, please?
Maybe we could take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. 5 minutes. Okay, our break is over. We're back in session. We're moving on to the next item on our agenda, which happens to be number 14, Senate Bill 9 presentation. This has got to be a lot more fun than the last one, right?
Well, I don't think I can guarantee that. But as you've all heard, the Senate or the legislature passed a variety of housing bills this year. The governor signed 34 of them. The one that has generated the most discussion has been Senate Bill 9. So we have on the phone for you Isaac Rosen, the Assistant City Attorney, who is one of the firm's specialists in SB 9, and he's going to give you an overview.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Just confirming you can hear me okay.
We can.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So it's a pleasure to be joining the Council tonight virtually. As Elizabeth mentioned, there's a whole slate of new housing laws that our office is digging into for the potential impacts on the City of Paso Robles. And the item I'll be talking about tonight is specific to Senate Bill 9. As Elizabeth mentioned, it's one of the more expansive and far-ranging changes adopted and approved by the governor. And this is just a little bit of an overview of what I'll be discussing tonight. There are two main provisions from SB 9 that are interconnected. One is a ministerial lot split for single-family residences. So that means taking one zoned parcel that's zoned single-family and subdividing it into two new single-family parcels. And that can be done without discretion or a hearing. And then related, 2-unit projects, SB 9 also says that existing or created single-family zoned parcels are allowed by right ministerially to create 2 units on one single-family zoned parcel. So I'll be talking a little bit about both of those 2 items and then wrapping up a little bit with some provisions in brief that are relevant to both. And just a note, sort of a caveat on tonight's presentation, this is really meant to be sort of a 30,000-foot overview while our office continues to review sort of the practical implementation component of the law. And so before that time, we want to ensure, we have a discussion tonight, but avoid any sort of prejudice discussion that could impact future projects that may come back before the City Council that may be subject to these new laws or otherwise subject the city to any scrutiny as we continue to review the practical implementation of this law and what it might mean for our municipal code and our other adopted standards and codified policies. So with that said, next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there are sort of 2 main components to SB 9. And the first, all local agencies, and that includes Paso Robles, it includes charter cities, it's statewide, are required to approve proposed ministerial lot splits and 2-unit projects on single-family zoned parcels without discretion and without a hearing starting January in 2022. Now that is subject to certain qualifications that I'll be talking a bit about. So it's not just a total uniform process, but obviously this is a big change and a big impact on density for the reasons described in the second bullet point, which is what's contemplated under this new law with these sort of 2 related provisions is that in theory, a single family zoned lot with one primary zone, primary dwelling unit could be split or subdivided into 2 new single-family parcels, and that could be followed by a 2-unit project on each of those 2 new parcels, resulting in 4 new dwellings on a former single-family residential lot. Next slide, please. So I mentioned there are certain ministerial approval qualifications that apply, and I'm going to start with what's known as an urban lot split under this new law. Like I said, that is where you have a single-family zoned parcel that is subdivided into 2 new single-family parcels. So in order to qualify for ministerial approval, where there's no sort of discretionary hearing or sort of subjective standards, the first sort of consideration is that after you were to split that lot, each new lot that's created has to be at least 1,200 square feet. That is sort of the floor under state law. A local agency could, if it wished, set to even further restrict that square footage, reduce it lower than 1,200 square feet. But that's where the state qualification starts. And you know, perhaps for a city that's highly dense with lots of infill, they may take advantage of that, but the default standard is, in order to qualify, the lot, once split, has to have 2 parcels that are at least 1,200 square feet. Those parcels have to be roughly equal in size. You can see on the PowerPoint, the largest sort of differential between those parcels contemplated is a 60-40 split. To qualify for this sort of ministerial approval, it can't be protected housing on that single family lot. So it could not include the demolition or alteration of affordable housing or rent-controlled housing. You know, in most cities, agencies are used to seeing multifamily dwelling units that have sort of an affordability covenant or restriction with certain units reserved for affordable income or affordable rents. Although there are nonprofits and other housing sponsors that do work with single-family homes that are restricted to affordability covenants, and those would not qualify for ministerial approval. If an owner were to remove his or her single-family residence from the rental market in the last 15 years, that would not qualify. And I think an important provision, if the housing at all was occupied by a tenant in the last 3 years, with some limited exceptions, it won't qualify for this ministerial subdivision. Next slide, please. So this is applicable to single family zones. These are just another set of qualifications to qualify for ministerial approval. The lot itself cannot be a historic landmark or within a designated historic district, and that may be by the state or even by a local designation done by the agency itself. It's a bit of a misnomer, but there's language here that says this only applies to urban or suburban areas, but that is really most California municipalities in the state. HCD keeps a handy list on their website, and really, with the exception of a few rural counties and jurisdictions, this is going to apply to most cities. You can't have completed a SB 9 subdivision to 2 new single-family lots repeatedly, so you cannot sort of Russian doll one large lot over and over and create increasingly large numbers of parcels pursuant to this lot split. You'll see this next bullet point. I just quoted the statute language verbatim because I think the legislative intent is a bit unclear. There's this sort of wonky provision in the law that says the owner can't coordinate with anyone else to sort of subdivide adjacent parcels. My best guess is you know, the idea is to try to hinder someone from essentially working in concert with a bunch of single-family homeowners to create one super neighborhood with a bunch of these lot splits. And the Subdivision Map Act, the objective standards under that state law still apply, because again, we are talking, when we talk about urban lot splits, with a subdivision ministerially from one single family lot to 2. Next slide, please. So another caveat, we do have this list of exceptions here as well. So another qualification for a ministerial lot split is that the lot's not located on a site within this government code subsection that's listed here. So our office is sort of continuing to evaluate the extent to which these designations, and I've included some on this slide, impact real property within the city. They are pretty specific exceptions from ministerial lot splits, and in some instances, they do require that no mitigation measures be available. So not all of these listed on here are full exceptions, and our office is continuing to work with planning to look at some of these. But just by way of an example, For instance, farmland, just the first item listed in this sort of non-exhaustive list. If a development is on a site designated as of statewide importance, either by the Department of Agriculture or otherwise by the state of California, that won't qualify for one of these ministerial lot splits. And then on the other end, very high fire hazard severity zones. That's a designation by state statute that comes down from CAL FIRE. However, that is one of those instances where, although there is an exception from these ministerial lot splits for very high fire hazard severity zones, there are obligations that say certain mitigation measures are required. So it's not a full exception from these requirements. Next slide, please. So those are what qualifies for a subdivision from one single family parcel to two under SB 9. We have some ability, not dissimilar to some of the other recent housing laws that have come down and impacted the city in recent years from the legislature. We have some local discretion, although you'll see in these next couple of slides, it's relatively limited. So a city can require sort of that its objective zoning, subdivision, and design standards still apply to these lot splits, these urban lot splits. So what's important about that is, to the extent there are codified standards that don't require any personal or subjective judgment, those can be applied. Those can be applied to these ministerial lot splits and also to the 2-unit project component of SB 9, which I'll be talking about as well. Next slide, please. But you'll see that even objective standards aren't absolute. So when there's a lot split and it otherwise qualifies for this sort of ministerial approval, even objective development standards, so those found in our zoning code that otherwise apply, have to essentially yield to the extent that they would physically preclude the construction of 2 units of at least 800 square feet. So although the city can enforce objective design and development standards on these single family parcels that are to be split, those still are secondary or superseded rather by the requirement that the construction be physically possible to actually build two units of at least 800 square feet. So in most instances, there is very limited discretion on parking requirements. The most a city could require would be 1 off-street parking space per newly created unit under SB 9. And there are some exceptions where a local agency can't require any off-street parking. You'll see some quoted language here. If the site is within a certain distance of what's known as a high-quality transit corridor or major transit stop, and those are defined terms under state law that our office is reviewing with planning to see if they impact the city, then no parking can be required. And then there's language without sort of much statutory support for meaning that also says no parking can be required if the parcel is within a block of a car share vehicle location. Setback restrictions. So this is specific to side and rear setbacks, and it's similar to what the City Council may recall the last time the city would have updated its accessory dwelling unit ordinance, which is a limitation on the maximum side and rear setbacks that are allowed. So again, although objective standards are permissible with respect to these subdivided single-family parcels, there's still limitations like this on setbacks that say a local agency can't require on one of these lot splits side and rear setbacks that exceed 4 feet. And if, for instance, a lot split is going to draw a dividing line between an existing structure so that it can be conveyed separately to 2 different owners, if that existing structure is not sort of being expanded or otherwise reconstructed, then a city can't require any setback beyond that sort of existing building envelope. So other structures permitted. There's strange language in the statute that says proposed adjacent or connected structures must be allowed. Specifically, I think, our office is still sort of digging into what this would imply for purposes of where you're actually subdividing a lot into two. I think one example that may be helpful to think about is if there are two residential structures on the two newly created lots, and maybe they share a parking garage that's split down the middle between one lot and the newly created lot. That might create some difficult ownership issues, but that's not enough in itself to sort of preclude or restrict actually conveying those separate residential structures. And finally, on this slide, the city can't require any sort of right-of-way dedications or off-site improvements. Next slide, please. So there's another provision I think worth highlighting that says no corrections of nonconformity. So in some instances, the council might be aware of sort of legal nonconforming uses where a property sort of came into existence before a subsequent zone change amendment or other restriction on the use, and it has what's known as a legal nonconforming use, so it's not entirely consistent with the municipal code. SB 9 says if there's going to be a lot split and a property has a legal nonconforming use, the city cannot essentially require it be corrected or reformed as part of this ministerial approval process. There is a requirement, although I think our office is sort of evaluating the extent to which it's beneficial to the city in terms of enforcement, but there is a requirement that if an applicant comes in seeking one of these ministerial lot splits, that they have to attest by affidavit that they intend to occupy one of those new housing units on the split lot for at least 3 years, although nonprofits and community land trusts are exempt. And then finally, this is something where we have to report annually to HCD as part of our annual progress report on our housing element, the number of lot split applications that we receive annually. Next slide, please. So on top of all of the qualifications, on top of all the sort of restrictions on local discretion, SB 9 also says that a local agency is limited in its ability to otherwise deny one of these qualifying subdivisions from one single family lot into two. And so this language is not dissimilar to provisions we've seen in other housing related laws that have come down from Sacramento in the last couple of years. Basically, a local agency, in order to deny one of these subdivisions of a single family lot, has to make a written finding of a specific adverse impact that cannot be feasibly mitigated. And that specific adverse impact has to be based on objective and identified written public health and safety standards. So the way SB 9 is written, it's a ministerial process. So that obligation essentially falls on city planning and building staff to evaluate if there is a specific adverse impact on health and safety. But that restriction on denying a lot split is similar to revisions we've seen from the state for certain qualifying housing development projects more broadly, in which building multiple units is already subject to less local discretion by local agency decision makers. And so this is similar in that way. Next slide, please. So the second component of SB 9, as I mentioned off the top, so an applicant could come in with a single family zoned parcel, ministerially, provided they qualify, could split that into two. The second part of SB 9 says the city also is required to ministerially approve a proposed and qualifying 2-unit development project on a single family lot, similarly with no discretion or hearing, and that takes effect in January of next year. So this applies both when there's the construction of 2 brand new units on the property. It also applies if there's a existing primary dwelling and the owner would like to add a second unit. And it's worth noting, I know it's quite a lot of information in text, but you'll see that the qualifications that we went through in detail with respect to ministerial lot splits are essentially the same for these 2-unit projects. Next slide, please. So most of these should look familiar from just a couple of minutes ago in the context of single-family parcel lot splits. It's the same set of sort of restrictions, so I won't go through them all in detail again, except to say you'll see at the bottom there's also a restriction on demolition. So the extent to which a applicant can build 2 ministerial unit developments on a single family zone parcel is subject to a restriction that the existing primary dwelling on that site is not going to be demolished or otherwise reconstructed more than 25%. But there are still exceptions even from the demolition cap. So a local agency could choose to still allow sort of a more expansive redevelopment on the site in furtherance of the 2 units contemplated by the bill, or if the site and the existing primary dwelling has been unoccupied for more than 3 years, that demolition cap does not apply. Next slide. And again, you'll see many of the same restraints on local discretion that we discussed with respect to the subdivision of single-family parcels. Again, it's objective design, subdivision, and zoning standards, but those have to yield to the extent that an applicant seeks to construct 2 at least 800 square feet units on the project site. And similar parking restrictions and side and rear yard setback restrictions. Next slide. So there's a couple just general notes also within SB 9 that I think are worth mentioning for purposes of sort of this informational item as we continue to review the impact on the city. There's some narrow restrictions from the general rule with accessory dwelling units or ADUs, which I've sort of mentioned periodically throughout this presentation. I think of our recent changes from the state on how a city can regulate ADUs as sort of a precursor to this law, to SB 9, in that it created essentially a by right option to create a second unit that qualified with specific state standards, with little or no sort of oversight from the city and certainly no discretion. So under ADU state law, again, if there's a sort of qualifying development, someone can build what's known as sort of an accessory structure, or colloquially a granny flat on their property. So SB 9 does say if you're going to move forward and subdivide an existing single family lot in 2, and then you're going to develop 2 units on each, that's sort of that 4-unit density I mentioned off the top. A local agency doesn't have to, in some instances, also allow an ADU or a junior accessory dwelling unit, a JADU. So for purposes of evaluating what constitutes permissible 2 units on a single family lot, a JADU and or an ADU do count as units. So there is some relief, but within the larger context of a pretty expansive bill as it relates to allowing accessory dwelling units on the lot. Next slide, please. It's worth noting there is a prohibition on short-term rentals. I know that was an item the council just considered in terms of where it was going on its existing ordinance. Any subdivision of a single family parcel or subdivision with the addition of construction of 2 units can't be rented out short term. So any sort of agreement to a resident in one of those units needs to be at least more than a month. And finally, California Environmental Quality Act does not apply. So it's necessary when a housing development project comes before the Planning Commission or the City Council to evaluate the environmental impact under CEQA. because the state has removed local discretion, and SB 9 creates this ministerial approval process based on objective standards and sort of no discretionary oversight. The California Environmental Quality Act does not apply. Next slide, please. And to wrap up, Elizabeth mentioned this off the top, the governor signed more than 30 housing-related bills recently, so our office is continuing to sort of dig through those, and we'll be working obviously with the planning department to evaluate any additional impacts and what it may mean for our codified standards, both in our zoning ordinance and throughout our code and other adopted policies. And so some of those bills have expanded the definition of a housing development project under the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which is another instance where the city's discretion has been more limited in the approval of housing units. And there's also some bills, including SB 10, that provide sort of optional incentives to upzone parcels even further than we've discussed tonight. And next slide. So that is the extent of the presentation. Thank you all. I am available for questions, and I understand this is quite a lot of information, both on the slides and being described in pretty short order. The purpose is really to make the City Council aware of this new law and sort of the top line notes of it as our office sort of continues to evaluate what it might mean for the city.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a report that we receive. We don't get to change. I'm sure we all have questions, and there'll be an opportunity for the public to talk, although at this point in time, we have no one waiting to make public comment. So, Council, Mr. Gregory.
Isaac, thank you for your report to us. I have several difficult questions for you to answer. So, in the first part of this, it said 1,200 square foot minimum lot size or less. I don't know of anything under 2,500 square feet in our city. Are we able to establish that a higher level of lot size?
1,200 square feet is the minimum, so we cannot go above in terms of sort of our discretion. It's so the short answer is that's sort of where objective standards have to meld into those sort of state obligations, and something I'm sure our office will be evaluating further.
Okay, and then I have a serious question about single-family zoning. We rezoned the entire west side of our community, so there is literally no single-family zoning from First Street to 32nd, all the way up to Olive Street. It's all multiple use zoning. Does that exclude those properties?
I would say, Council Member, it's not entirely clear from the legislative text itself exactly how the state defines a single family zone. We, are sort of parsing through the law to try to come up with sort of an understanding of where the state's coming from. And I think we might even see some clarification from the state Department of Housing and Community Development. But it's not a term that in and of itself is defined expressly under the law.
Yeah, Councilman. So it's not defined in the statute. So our position today is single-family zone means single-family zone.
R1 zoning.
R1 zoning.
So
the state may disagree with us.
Right.
HCD may try and take a more expansive answer to that
Right.
and say any place where a single-family unit could be built.
Correct.
But we don't have any guidance to that effect. So our position as of today is
R1 zoning, which is great.
Right.
So, okay, and then my next question is fire hazard severity. We've been redefined as a fire hazard city, basically on the entire west side of our community. So that's something that we could utilize to protect the integrity. The other question I have is about parking issues. And I guess our typical, I don't know what to do about the parking issues, because I don't think it's going to affect us that much downtown because we're zoned with our downtown plan. So this is all in R1 zoning, which is probably not going to be a big deal. So, and I think that's all. I might have to come back and ask some more questions, but I think the single family zoning is the one that resonates the most important to me. So thank you.
Councilman Hammond?
Yeah, thank you. And Isaac, yeah, that's right where I was going too. I thought for sure we'd have it with regard to the parking off-site or on-site, basically, instead of streets. And then you read off the fact that one or none, and the none means that if it's within a half-mile walking distance of a major transit stop. Do we have any major transit stops in Paso Robles?
One, the train station.
That's what I thought. So would we be counting
It's a good question.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's a good question. We do have state sort of statutory guidance, and I think something we're looking at with planning that also came up with the same informational item at that time. I believe the definition sort of constitutes sort of a bus route with fixed intervals that runs fairly frequently during sort of normal commuting hours, or otherwise includes sort of existing rail or bus rapid transit stations. So it's something where we do actually have some state guidance to evaluate the extent to which, if any, of those sites exist within the city of Paso Robles.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. I thought for sure we'd be able to, reduce this down to the point where for every room they'd have to have a parking space off, the street. If that was the case, there wouldn't be much left over unless it was two-story. But sounds like the street or the state was kind of thinking ahead a little bit on that. So,
Councilman Strong.
If I may, can I answer a question, Mr. Rosen? Because I worked with Assemblyman Wiener originally on this and got that amendment in on the transit. And the definition that we were working with was 15-minute intervals on a regular basis during the hours designated, which in our entire transit district is not going to be possible anywhere for the next at least 10 to 20 years.
Councilmember, that is correct, and that is a powerful a recollection of that specific amendment that you worked on. It's true. The definition of a high quality transit corridor relates to intervals no longer than 15 minutes during peak commute hours, and there is sort of the other definition within a major transit stop, which includes existing rail or bus rapid transit stations. So I think we do have a little work to just evaluate those, but you're absolutely correct. The sort of high quality transit corridor is something that is running incredibly frequently and may not impact the city.
Councilman Garcia? Okay, we'll open up for public comment. Nobody online? Nobody in the room? Close public comment. Mr. Gregory?
So Isaac, I want to pick your brain some more here. So it seems to me like the ADU or this SB9 almost feels the same, because if we're limited to R1 zoning, what's the benefit of somebody not putting in an ADU in versus using SB9?
I think it's it's certainly how my brain has been processing it, Councilmember, in terms of the similarities to our ADU restrictions. I would say I think the difference is the state really handed down very specific standards on what qualifies as an ADU in terms of the ability of a city to set more specificity with lot size and the size of the unit and certain other standards. And I would say this is similar to that, but it's more broad. So I think SB9 encompasses more different types of second units. I believe you could have a second story as a second unit. You could do certain things that may not qualify under the more specific standards the state handed down with respect to what qualifies as an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, it sort of feels like the same thing to me because
I think
the ADU has no restriction, the same restriction, no vacation rentals. SB9 is no vacation rentals.
The big difference is your ability to sell. So ADUs are all on one lot. You can only sell a lot. Once you split, now you can sell. So that's the difference. Is SB9 allows you to create a lot and then sell it, and then somebody else can develop it or you can develop it. That's the big difference, is the ability to sell an extra lot.
Okay.
And you could actually end
Correct,
up with
Maureen.
5 on, you split your lot, you've got the existing, you could still do your 2 ADUs on there potentially. So you're entitled to an ADU and a junior ADU. And then on the split lot, there could still be 2 more.
So what about the case of somebody having a 1 acre lot?
They get 1 split.
1 split,
And
okay,
it's
so
gotta be
regardless
40,
of the size.
60.
Okay.
So they can't do, if it's a 10,000 acre lot, right, you're not going to end up with 8,800 square feet and 1,200 square feet. It's got to be 40, 60.
So I could see Hilltop now.
And then you can't split and then resplit. So I think I mentioned to one of you earlier, I had a private developer call me and go, so I'm doing 100 lots. Awesome. As soon as it's done, I'm going to SB9 them. So I've got 200 lots. And then I want to do it. And I'm like, no. So
Exponentially.
there's a potential for limitation.
Thank you, Isaac.
So Elizabeth and Isaac, I mean, I would say, we're going to receive this, but direct you to get back to work to figure out how we can do things. But question, with regard to the city and our development impact fees that we do with any other project, are we allowed to, I guess we can't do more for the SB9 lots, but we can certainly charge as equal to whatever we do anywhere else, right?
Yeah, you can still charge your capacity fees, your connection fees, your development impact fees. They got to pay all the regular fees. And, we can talk with staff. I don't recall when we last updated your fees, but it's certainly something to consider to make sure that we've got the appropriate fees in place.
So what about, with development impact, they all pay into a little bit of the street maintenance, but directly adjacent to their lot, if there's some street improvement like we do with any other commercial, that's not going to be allowed?
Nope.
Or
no offsite improvements.
no offsites? I'll make a motion whenever you're
Don't
ready.
shoot the messengers.
We worked on this in committee at the league for almost a year. And I met twice with Assemblyman Wiener when he was first drafting this at the Assembly side. And then it got picked up on the Senate side by Atkins and moved forward. But it's basically the same bill that Wiener did. And Wiener's a very ambitious guy up in the Bay Area. And he was trying to kind of use this as a dig into Southern California, where their excuse on their RENA numbers is that we don't have any place to expand. We can't do any annexation, so we can't meet your RENA numbers. So this was his way of digging them and saying, oh yeah, here's a way that you can now meet your RENA numbers. But I want to disagree on one thing. I think that they could do something in an R3 or a non-residential zone if the current lot only has one single-family dwelling lot and doesn't have any development that's commercial.
But it states the zoning is for single-family residents only.
No, but I'm saying that if that lot doesn't have any commercial use at all, it's strictly a residential
Correct.
use.
If it's not in an R1 zone, then it doesn't apply.
It won't apply?
That is our position today. Until we get guidance from HCD that tries to make it more expansive.
All right.
The statute says it applies in single-family residential zones.
Okay, because that's not the way I read the statute, but that's okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Garcia?
No, sir.
Who's got a motion?
I will.
John?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to receive the presentation and also direct staff to work with BBK with refining and figuring some tools for the city to make the best out of SB9 that they can.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. And we save the best for the last. Item number 15, consideration of interim urgency ordinance 1112, approving a zone text amendment to Paso Robles Municipal Code to allow tattoo parlors in C3 and RC zones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Warren Frace, Community Development Director. So tonight is a proposal for an urgency ordinance to address tattoo parlors within the city of Paso Robles. A little bit of background on this. Since 1994, the city's had an ordinance in place that prohibits any tattooing within city limits. This goes back to the early 90s, that when there weren't formal state regulations to deal with tattoo parlors, and we didn't have any local health regulations to deal with that use either, so that's why it was prohibited. In 2010, the Ninth District Court determined that tattoo prohibitions were unconstitutional. It's a form of expression. And since then, tattooing has become rather commonplace. So the proposal tonight is that we move forward with an urgency ordinance to start to allow them in certain zones. The reason for this is we are starting to get inquiries for permits for tattoo parlors, and we're of the opinion, staff and the city attorney, that we can't deny these. So it would be best for the city to adopt some ordinances so we can determine the appropriate locations and not let a court dictate possibly where and when we do tattooing. Because this is an urgency ordinance, it has not been to Planning Commission. It does require 4/5 of the city council to approve it. It will only be in effect for 45 days. The council will have the option to extend it further if you deem fit. We do propose to take this exact same ordinance through the regular ordinance process and bring this to the Planning Commission in November and then back to the City Council in December for formal adoption. And we expect it'll probably be more or less the same language. So the proposed regulations for the urgency ordinance tonight would be to allow tattooing in 2 specific zones. One would be the C3 zone, so here's downtown, there's the River 101 corridor, here's 46 East, there's Golden Hill, so Lowe's is here. So this whole commercial area, service commercial area, is the C3 zone. So that would be one area that tattooing would be allowed. The other would be the RCS, or Riverside Corridor. We refer to it as the RC district in the ordinance some places, but it's to be the RSC zone. And that is this zone that's along Riverside Drive, basically on the east side of downtown, kind of parallel to the railroad tracks. So that would be the other area. It wouldn't be allowed in the downtown core areas or along Spring Street. And most of the shopping centers are either C1 or C2, so it wouldn't be allowed there. The Lowe's Center would be the only exception to that. The regulations that would be proposed is this would be a permitted use, so there's no additional hearings required. There is a requirement that there be 1,000-foot separation between tattoo parlors, that they could not be open between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. No animals would be permitted on site, and there would be no mobile tattooing. But if you could meet those criteria, you could open a tattoo parlor within the city limits. So the recommendation from staff would be to adopt the interim urgency ordinance 1112, which would allow tattooing subject to regulations in the C3 and RC zones. It does require a 4/5 vote to pass, and that will conclude staff's report.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Mr. Gregory.
So Warren, I have a memory of, didn't we approve a tattoo operation before in our city?
Not that I'm aware of.
I thought we dealt with this about 4 or 5 years ago. Okay. So then my second question is, the reason for the urgency ordinance is just to get something in place so staff has the time to get a more permanent ordinance?
Yeah, 2 things. We are getting inquiries that different operators are looking to open. They could force the issue legally, and that would limit our options. So this is basically to make sure we have something on the books so we don't end up in a legal situation where we can't control the location.
Okay. And that's all the questions I've had.
Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, Warren, as I remember, I think the other people had tried, but we were able to push that away. But till now, we have to deal with it, I guess. My question is, especially in the Riverside corridor, can we also make some sort of a finding that we can't have it within so many feet of a residential apartment home or whatever, like 300, 500 feet, like a typical radius, or is there such a thing that we could do that? You know, you already have 1,000 feet separation there from other establishments, but I'm thinking now kids and apartments and things like that, that's what I'm hoping we could avoid.
So maybe the city attorney would want to weigh in on that?
I was going to say, council member, I think we can certainly take the direction to look at sort of those types of restrictions as part of the formal adoption process. And we just have to be sure they qualify as a permissible time, place, and manner restriction. But I think something along those lines is something the city can definitely look into in terms of limits surrounding distance around residential parcels.
Okay, thank you, Isaac.
Fred? No, I think that would also include parks, playgrounds, schools.
Yeah.
Distance requirements from those things.
That kind of establishment, right.
Right. And other than that, no, I recognize that the courts have acted and we can't prohibit. And actually the nature of tattooing has changed drastically in the last 2 decades. So I'm not that concerned.
Any questions, Maria?
No questions. That was my concern as well. Just, you know, the kids, family, residential areas.
Right. Okay, so open for public comment. I have no one waiting online. Nobody coming to the podium. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. Mr. Gregory?
So I like John's area. Could we put the map back up there? However, if you make your distance too large, on the north, especially on the north end there, there's residential stuff right across the railroad tracks. So maybe that's something that ought to be discussed as a barrier, because nobody can cross the railroad tracks up there. It's sealed off. But I do like not being close to parks or schools or residences. But that's my only comment. I think otherwise you guys have got it pretty good.
John, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt the interim ordinance number 1112, approving a zone text amendment to the Paso Robles Municipal Code to allow tattoo parlors in C3 and RC zones.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we come to city manager update on current city activities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one item to update the council on this evening. At our last council meeting, you'll recall that the committee or the remaining members on the parklets authorized me to extend the parklet program, temporary parklet program, should conditions warrant it. As council's aware, I extended the temporary parklet program by 90 days from the November 1st deadline that was fast approaching. So January 31st is the new date. Warren and his staff at Community Development sent out a letter to all the businesses that currently have parklets to notify them of the reapplication process. They have to affirmatively do that with the new extension deadline. There was a question that's come in from the community that I wanted to address too regarding the costs and how those will be paid for. Council might be aware that they authorized over $200,000 as part of the COVID response. We still have approximately half of that money left that we'll be using to pay for any of the infrastructure that's being supported by the city. I can tell you as of today that it looks like about 8 or 9 of those parklets look like they'll be coming down on November 1st with others remaining. So there is some movement there. But I wanted council to be aware of that decision since I promised I would bring that back next council. So it doesn't require any action or comment, but if you have any.
Yeah, question, Ty, are we going to continue our program with propane and everything else to help them out, or is that over?
At this point, this was strictly regarding the extension of the parklets, so there's no, at this point, there's no plans to address any of those.
Yeah, I would concur with that. That's okay. So the end of January basically is where we'll talk probably about in January again, but then that is the drop dead date at this point.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to council committee activities and reports, let's deal with the white elephant. We had several people concerned about issues at Barney Schwartz Park. It's not an agendized item tonight, so we're not going to get into that. But I'd like the council's desire as to how we proceed with this, whether we want to have a full-blown staff report or possibly two-in-ones to fill us in on issues there. Mr. Gregory.
Can I make a recommendation that we hear from Julie first about what's going on out there so we have a complete understanding?
Right. Are we okay with that? Okay, Julie,
yeah,
please.
I think that's wise.
Turn it on. It's on, but doesn't sound.
Doesn't sound on to me.
There you go. There you go.
Just get real close? Okay. So I'll try to keep my comments brief, but I do need to provide a bit of context for you all. As you know, we've experienced some significant staff cutbacks over the past 10 years in my department. And we've gone from 11 park maintenance staff that have been assigned to Barney Schwartz Park at the height of coverage to just one. So that probably explains a lot of the concern you might be hearing about. We also lost a full-time sports coordinator position in recreation during that time, which meant that we could no longer run our adult softball program. So we have no oversight over that. The sports coordinator was also scheduled to work evenings and weekends, as someone mentioned earlier as a concern. We lost the ability to do that. The sports coordinator also was responsible for managing our concession contract. So it was a very significant position. In short, the city has insufficient staffing to enforce health and safety policies, holding vendors, tournament organizers, and participants accountable for instances of non-compliance at the park. The reason that City Council and staff are experiencing such severe backlash at this time is that we eliminated a key source of non-compliance at Barney Schwartz Park by embracing a new model of concession service. This decision has resulted in a concerted effort by those previously involved in concession operations to misinform the public about BSP maintenance and operations, and frankly, to discredit city staff. For example, just give one example of the misinformation, the concession stand was open this past weekend during the tournament. We actually opened it a day before we normally would to allow Tina Doxtater and John Doss to store the materials that they were going to need for the tournament for the next 2 days. So I'm just not certain why this kind of misinformation continues, but there it is. It really is not appropriate for me to specifically list the numerous non-compliance issues that I have addressed with our former concessionaire at this meeting tonight. Suffice it to say that for health, safety, ethical, and potential liability reasons, it is in the city's best interest to have allowed the concession contract to expire, as it did last February. We did not kick anybody out. We did not cut anybody's contract short. It expired. It expired during a pandemic when we weren't able to even open the concession stands or have activities at the park. So it's just important to have that context moving forward. Further, it is appropriate to invite nonprofit groups to sell in concession stands. That's actually a more common model for concession service. And we've actually doubled down by inviting food trucks to serve at the park because we want to be successful. We want to provide excellent customer service. We want to enable people to raise funds if they are able, and if not, then we are offering another source of food. So that's the situation at the park at this time, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. John?
Julie, does that contractor that or the vendor that we use also have to maintain the baseball fields? In other words, prep them and get that all ready too? Is that part of the contract beyond the concession stand?
No, sir, and thank you for asking that question. So now we're talking about two separate issues. As a part of the extreme reduction in staff in our maintenance division, we were unable to then prep fields as we used to do when we were running all of the sports. So we now ask the user groups themselves to arrange for field prep. They may do so either by hiring someone to do it, and I know this evening we had a gentleman call in who used to work for the city, who has been trained on field prep and is now hired to do so for some of the teams, but chooses not to do so in the manner in which he was trained. So city staff is not doing field trip any longer. We do still maintain the fields to the best of our ability with only one staff person that's assigned to Barney Schwartz Park.
So I hate to cut off the conversation, but if we're going to get into details of the park and some of the issues out there, it might be appropriate to agendize it.
Yeah,
That's what I'd like to do.
Yeah,
I think we should agendize it. We have
Okay, I have consensus to agendize the issue for full discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Julie.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's move on now to council committee activities and reports. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I actually, the housing committee didn't meet, and so I didn't have that. I didn't attend any outside meetings. I have been meeting with some residents and just concerns still about our housing. They keep wanting to meet with me and ask about housing situations. And so I wanted to see if there was any way we could maybe direct staff about opportunity properties, maybe some CBDG opportunities or something. I don't know if the city, if we have properties that we can use for more housing opportunities in our community. So that's really what I've been focusing on, and a lot of the residents have been coming up to me this week or this 2 weeks. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I could just have a good comment, I guess, to follow up on that. The council's appointed the Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee to look into kind of housing production issues. They actually are meeting this Thursday at 3 p.m. One of their agenda items is to look at additional sites for multifamily rental housing. So anyone that in the community that's interested, that's a public meeting, I'd strongly encourage them to attend. And that's exactly what the Housing Constraints Committee is going to be talking about on Thursday.
Okay, and that's on the website, so I can direct them to that?
Yeah, so it's one of our subcommittees, or they could just contact me and I can make sure they get the link. It's a Teams meeting, but they can call in or log in.
Okay, thank you, Warren.
Right.
Yeah, well, we had a lot of meetings, actually. We had the executive committee of the Regional Transit Authority, and things are moving along really well on our regional transit facility, a brand new one down there in San Luis Obispo that's nearing completion and is going to give us better service up here too. The only thing we have that was a negative is that the budget that we received from the federal government on transit money does not include enough money to replace some of our old worn-out buses that we wanted to replace. So we're hoping that if this new bill goes through, there'll be some money to replace some equipment. Also met with Main Street. Main Street had a good board meeting, and they were very complimentary to some of the things the city's doing now, and hoping that we just keep moving forward. They would like to see the parking situation downtown altered a bit, of course, but that's just the same old song we've heard before, so I don't have to report any more on that.
Other than that, I did get a call, and we've handled that tonight. That was what they didn't want tattoo parlors downtown. So I think we've handled that already. I don't think that's a problem. Other than that, that's pretty much the meetings I've had so far. I've got some more coming up very shortly. I'm going to have a rail meeting very, very shortly, and we're moving ahead on a lot of other stuff as well as we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several meetings actually sit on the ad hoc for the Air Pollution Control District, and with the fact that Phillips 66 up there on the Mesa is going to be closing in a few years, it's a major source of revenue for the agency, and we're figuring out how to continue with the services. Obviously, money in, money out. Can only do so much with so many dollars to provide services to the county. So that's a pretty big effort that we're working on right now with APCD. Also had integrated waste management meeting, and got a report, very disappointed that the executive committee and also IWMA staff did not bring up on an agenda item our demand for JPA rework. That's our contingency, that if we're going to stay, the JPA needs to be rewritten in our favor, and how we had asked to have it done. Neglected to even address it. There was an opportunity during that meeting that the attorney said we could do it. The rest of the board did not want to do it. And again, this is why I don't trust the board. We did at the end of the meeting agendize a beginning, if you will, next November, or this November, next month, with regard to looking into the JPA. Other members of the board wanted to have studies, and basically they wanted to kick it down the road. And that was the whole gist of it. And again, I don't trust the committee. I got to tell you guys that I think we need to be ready to pull the trigger to disconnect. And we had a meeting with our waste hauler, Paso Robles Waste. They are fully capable of handling things for us, along with a little extra help from city staff. So I think, again, let's give them some time. But if that doesn't happen, I think we need to be having the strength to say, okay, we're done.
So, John, if I may, I think the key thing what you said there is give them some time.
Yeah.
And so how much time?
I truly, like I said, I was pushing for an opportunity to have something said and beginning this last week, and the rest of the board did not want to do it, didn't even want to address it. I think that what I might be feeling is that Paso Robles is demanding these things. And again, that's a kind of a pushback when you start trying to tell another councilman that they need to do this. And so that's why I think there might be some trouble coming. I don't know. Hope not. But as I said, we need to be resolute in our position that if we don't feel it's in the best interest of Paso Robles, we need to kind of disconnect. But so we'll get there.
Okay. Yeah. So if I may, and I don't want to, hang on a second.
I've got a question, John.
I don't want to get into deep waters here.
Yes, agendize it.
Well, it's just a report.
Right, but the city managers meet regularly, so I'm sure this is on their agenda. What I'm wondering is, what we can do tonight is say we want staff to keep us updated on what's going on, right, and be ready to provide alternatives if we have to use them.
Yeah, I have a clarification question, Fred, and that is, were they refusing to consider the proposal that they only talk about state mandated things?
They didn't. Well, that's part of our demand that JPA be written in that manner. I was just trying to get them to get to the agenda item to work on that JPA.
Okay.
And they were not in the interest to even begin, or they were wanting to kick the can down the road.
I just want to understand, what the stumbling block is. Okay.
Yeah, again, it's all political there, and that's what I'm saying. I just want to report out what happened at the meeting, and we'll keep going. But as I said, that was kind of just disappointing. Staff, same way, Christopher and Matt were not understanding why. But
okay, thank you.
The other thing I was going to ask, and that's all I had as far as meetings, but I did want to talk and ask Warren to give a report a little bit on what happened at the planning commission the other night with a hotel over on 14th and Pine with regard to parking. Can you give me an update a little bit on what happened there?
Let me bring up the presentation just so I can show you the plan for this. So this was a agenda item that was heard by commission and then continued. This is for a new hotel at 14th and.
Is this appropriate for us to be doing this?
So Warren can definitely answer the question as to what the, sorry, gotta head it on. Warren can definitely answer the question as to what happened as to the specific decision about the parking.
That's all I need.
If it's something that could potentially come up on appeal to you, then it would be inappropriate to have a substantive discussion.
Just want to understand the parking question that they had.
So the hotel proposed is at the corner of Pine and Park Street. It's a 3 to 4 story hotel, 56 units for 4-star plus, with a restaurant and banquet room. So the question was the parking that's required. The project requires about 60 parking spaces. They will be building a valet parking lot with actual parking lifts to accommodate about half of that parking across the street between Pine and Railroad. So this will all be valet parked. They still need another 15 to 17 parking spaces that they haven't identified. That was really the issue that the Planning Commission's been dealing with, is the process to obtain those. They need to find those within 1,200 feet of the site. That's a code requirement, and they're required to get those under contract and prove that they have those under control before we'll issue building permits for the building.
So they turned it back to staff to work with the developer to find that.
Yeah, so they will work with staff before we issue building permits to identify that site.
Okay, all right.
So let me ask one question. How many parking spots are they going to end up for?
I believe they need to find 17 more.
So it'd be a total of 56.
That's about right.
Anything else, John?
Nope, that's it.
Steve?
Just for information, Steve and I had a meeting with John Pashong last week, and we found out what the county is going to be doing with the IM, with the integrated waste management, which is they're going to JPA basically. I'd just like to say thank you to the Pioneer Day Committee for a great parade. Very well attended, probably the most crowded I've ever seen it. And I got to enjoy it with my grandbabies for a little bit out there, so it was a lot of fun. And I got to visit the second best little city in the United States on vacation, so next to Paso Robles being the first. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll second the Pioneer Day, so that it was great to have that back and seemed to go very smoothly. I met with a group of young people in the Paso Robles High School Business Industry Technology Academy, and this is a group of folks that are learning construction trades. We were out touring Mr. Wellhoit's project. They were getting sort of lectures on what the business is really like, so that was a really interesting experience. I attended Cynthia Duff's retirement party and read a proclamation for her, retiring from the city. Attended virtually Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, Parks and Recreation, and Library Board. Thanks to the invitation from Councilman Gregory, I went out and joined folks in uncovering the time capsule at the California Youth Authority. That was very interesting. The time capsule was laid when the building was constructed in 1954.
67 years.
They cut it open, they opened it up, a lot of old newspapers, a lot of old business cards, photographs that some people could identify and some people couldn't identify. I've actually contacted the Historical Society to try to put them together with these folks. I think these are items that could be curated by the Historical Society and preserved, and it was really very interesting.
Steve, may I mention one thing that's very interesting? I forgot to mention that. So the California Youth Authority was the only incarceration facility ever in the state of California to compete with local community football teams. And they actually won the CIF championship for 8-man football. And Frank Meacham played there several times. And he didn't like it.
I attended the monthly mayor's meeting. It was held in Atascadero at the Charles Paddock Zoo. Interesting conversation. Got to engage with a porcupine, a tortoise, and a flamingo. This morning, I spoke in front of the National Active and Retired Federal Employees Association in San Luis Obispo, filled them in on our ideas regarding spaceport. I attended the Travel Paso Board of Directors meeting this afternoon. Had a phone call with a gentleman who is the executive director of the Global Spaceport Association, a former FAA official. So he knows the process inside and out, and he was giving information on the process, how it was set up, how by law it's been streamlined. The federal government is actually actively encouraging this type of development to support commercial space ports. And it was a very good conversation. We've been contacted by organizations wanting to give us letters of support for this project. One is our own Chamber of Commerce. One is the REACH organization, which we are trying to align our efforts with. They're interested in supporting us in this effort. And I've been talking with about a half a dozen people to form kind of a technology advisory group to help me and the Airport Commission get through the process and understand some of the technical complexities of the situation. But it seems like something that's relatively straightforward. Of course, there's some study that has to be done and some questions that have to be answered. But the nice thing that I learned after speaking with a gentleman with the Global Spaceport Association is there are like a dozen spaceports around the country right now, and each and every one is the product of their communities. There's no cookie cutter plan for establishing a spaceport. Each one has designed their spaceport for specific uses, some for actual launches, some for technical development and construction and testing, and each one matches their own community. So it just really seems really positive and a cool thing. One item, I know that there's been some conversation in the community about the annual Vine Street Parade. I know we've all been contacted by that. I just want everybody to know that whether that goes forward or not, that's not the city's project. So anybody that might have the mistaken notion that somehow we have our hand in either making it happen or not making it happen. Actually, in the past, we have helped make it happen because we close off the streets. But that decision really isn't ours. So we're happy to support our local agencies and organizations in celebrating the holidays, and it's up to them whether they want to go forward with that or not.
So I do have something to add to that, Steve. So I did talk to Norma, and the state of California has a regulation that any event outside with more than 10,000 people has to have every single person prove that they've been vaccinated or they're COVID-free. So that's why they stopped the project.
Okay. That's new information. I didn't realize.
So you know.
Okay, if there's nothing else for the council, coming up next, North San Luis Obispo County CER training, Wednesday, October 20th, 6 p.m. City Council special meeting, Thursday, October 21st, 8 a.m. Development Review Committee meeting, Monday, October 25th, 3:30 p.m. Planning Commission meeting, Tuesday, October 26th, 6:30 p.m. Airport Commission meeting, Thursday, October 28th, 6:30 p.m. City Council regular meeting, Tuesday, November 2nd at 6:30 p.m. And a public workshop planning for future library services will be Wednesday, November 3rd at 6 p.m. If there's no further business, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all very much for your hard work. Thank you.